Hello everybody, it would help if I unmuted my mic, which I normally do before stream starts, but I didn't this time. I don't know why. Well, I think I know why. I didn't sleep that well, so I might make a few mistakes here and there, which, you know, is great in a game where a dumb mistake could cost you an entire fleet of your people. That's cool. So, last time, we did some stuff, we built up our fleets. We now have access to 3 fleets. All 3 have 2 tier 5 ships and 1 tier 4. Once Scandi and Aura and Mist get to level 13, we will have 3 fleets with tier 5 ships. Also, since we got our first level 13 character, we now gain more experience by battling. So we'll get there faster and faster now. You can ignore my character because I'm just at the base doing stuff, and you can ignore this character because they're also just at the base helping me do stuff. I wish you could move these around. This is the order in which you got them. You can't order it as far as I know. Hey Jeebus. And anybody who may be lurking today. So we also discovered that the churl are not all bad. About 99% of them are kind of like zombies. They described them as this kind of like cancerous growths that are falling apart, but they're being controlled by some kind of mother brain. And the 1% that is immune to it are hiding. We discovered them on this planet. They were hiding underground. Now, I believe we could actually end the game right now. There's a thing you can do in the starbase that just is flashing that says,
Reapers are here.
Oh. Raid! Once again, Twitch's raid thing is broken. Ignore that part. Hello, Maze. Thank you for the raid. How is the rest of Mass Effect 3? I think I haven't seen the last 5 minutes of it. Hello, Shoddy Starfish. We were actually talking about how the many ways Conrad can die. That was a fun conversation. So I'm playing a game called Halcyon 6. It is kind of like a mix of blah blah blah. It's a mix of an RPG with turn-based combat, but also like resource management over here. Also roguelike things where events will happen and it's kind of random which choice does what. So it's a weird mix of a lot of stuff. N7 Steph, hello. We can see we also have some space friends. I'm trying to make them like me. How much do the Yabling like me now? I did save them earlier. How much do they like me now? I have to find their homeworld in here somewhere and take a look. One of the more annoying things about this game. In order to check diplomacy, you have to like find the homeworld of their system. There it is. 53. That's not bad. That's not bad. The more annoying thing is different factions will attack each other, and if I don't do anything, they don't like me. Like, let's say, for example, the Corzan, who are our ally, decide they don't like the Collective, who are also our ally. So they attack them. If I don't take out the fleet hurting them, the Collective will not like us. If I do take them out, the Collective will like us, but the Corzan won't. So I've kind of just adopted a stance of apathy, where if someone chooses to attack somebody, I leave it alone, because that's their choice. Yeah, that's been an issue on Twitch lately, where you'll get left behind in raids. Oh. That happened to my friends sometimes. And back in the day where I used to play Xbox Live with people, like Overwatch 1 or Neverwinter or whatever I was playing, Halo. There were times where like one of their kids would log into an Xbox in the other room and it would kick them offline. Every time they'd leave, it'd be like, yep, we know what happened. Or if someone had a pet. I had a friend who had a pet that would like disconnect their internet or turn off their system. Their cat would somehow be smart enough to like, I want attention. And they would hit the power button on their Xbox. And they just disappear all of a sudden, like, oh, well, I know what happened. The cat wants affection. Yes. There are certain games that you buy on Steam that have to still go through Origin, which is dumb. I actually bought my copy of Mass Effect Legendary Edition on Origin because I knew if I bought it on Steam, it would go through Origin anyway. Like, I'll just buy it on Origin. And the dumbest thing about that was, guess the platform that unlocked. I got a digital version because it's PC. Guess the platform that released Mass Effect Legendary Edition, the latest of all of them. Wouldn't you think that EA's own platform would release the game early, if not the earliest? No. Origin, which is EA's own platform system, like Steam, released the game later than everybody else. Even people that bought it through Steam, who had to go through Origin, were still playing it before I could. I had friends on Xbox that had it. They got their copies. Their digital copies unlocked at midnight, like normal, right? Mine didn't unlock until like the afternoon of that day. Luckily, it was in time for stream because I got it like the day it came out. But it was locked the whole time. People were playing it at midnight release on console and on Steam, and I had to wait. And it's their own platform. I'm kind of curious what happened with that. So, we can pretty much end the game.
Nope. Welcome aboard.
Pam Touloons, thank you for the follow. But then it goes through Origin anyway, and it's still I don't get it. It's actually a kind of a similar thing, but honestly worse. Has anyone here played the game Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge? It's a great game. If you grew up on beat-em-ups, like 90s beat-em-ups and like Ninja Turtles, it's great. I had it on Game Pass. I never actually bought the game. And I beat it, got all the achievements, it was fun. And then I lost Game Pass, so I can't play it anymore. Which is kind of sad. I'll get it on sale one day. But here's the issue. This game has cross-platforming, right? I have a friend who has it on PC. I had it on Xbox. On paper, it had cross-platform. Cool. The cross-platform was actually through Epic, of all things. So we actually ended up spending an hour trying to do this weird triangle of connections where we had to friend ourselves on Xbox. She has an Xbox Live account, but it's not active. So I was like, just in case, let's do that. I friended her on... We were already friends on Steam, if that had anything to do with it, because her copy was through Steam. Then we friended on the Xbox app. Then we friended on Epic. The weirdest thing about this is Epic doesn't sell the game. The cross-platform has to go through Epic servers in some way to work. It's like Xbox to Epic, PC, Steam to Epic, and then like cross-platform. But Epic doesn't sell the game on their platform. It's only on sale on Steam. So it makes no sense. And it drove us nuts for an hour. But it finally worked. Rockstar has their own thing. I honestly, the only Rockstar games I have are on Xbox, so I've never used it. Also, I'm trying to remember how many things do I have? I have GOG, but only for like 3 games. There was a day where GOG was having a super sale on Cyberpunk. It was like $20, so I bought it. Hi, Ninja. Thank you for the points towards Elden Ring. Also, boo, you put points to Elden Ring. Look, I'm 50-50 on Elden Ring. Part of me wants to play it, part of me is afraid to play it because it's Dark Souls. But yeah, I've never used their app. I use Steam, I use Epic for free games only, pretty much. I use Origin for a handful of games, like Legendary Edition. I use GOG for like 3 games that I barely play. There's one more, I think. Isn't there one more? I think there might be one more that I have like 1 game on. I forget what it is. Yeah, Epic for me is just free games. Also, there's a Final Fantasy game that came out like a year or so ago called Strangers of Paradise. It's like a Dark Souls-like game with Final Fantasy like 1 retelling. I forgot it existed because it's not on Steam. It's only on Epic. So if I actually want to buy that game on PC, I have to buy it on Epic. It'll be the one time I buy a game on Epic. Ubisoft, that's what it is. Okay, can anyone guess this? Guess the one game I've played in the past, and I wouldn't mind playing again, that I have to have an Ubisoft like thing for, an Ubisoft app and account to play it. Guess the one game I need it for. See if anybody gets it. It's a weird one. That's a hint. All right, so we can end the game right now. As you can see, we have our starbase stuff. This is kind of like XCOM, where you can like build your buildings in a base, and you have to like dig out the areas to build on. Here is the ending right here. I think this is the end game. Summon the mothership. We're not quite there yet, though. I want to go over here and just kill all of them. It is not Rayman. I've actually never played a Rayman game. The style of the Rayman characters kind of reminds me of Vector Man from Sega Genesis. How like the arms aren't attached, like they're kind of just like, in Vector Man's case, it's an older game, so they're just kind of like polygonal shapes. But it just kind of reminds me of it. Never played that either. I have played the XCOM like Mario Rabbids game a little bit, but not that one. I have it on Steam, or not Steam, Switch. A Nintendo game on Steam. Pfft. Hardly ever happens. I wish it would happen more often. I'm done buying Xboxes and PlayStations. I just think PC's better since I stream on it anyway. But I still have to get new Nintendo systems because Nintendo. It is very rare you'll find a game on Switch on PC. Even third party. So we're going to go beat them up. We have 3 fleets. I usually save 1 for defense, but we're so fast now. We found an artifact that increases our speed. So we can just zoom through the galaxy. Now, we do have to go help these guys. And we do have to go help these guys. So we'll send a fleet there, and a fleet over here, and just start beating them up. Yeah. Uno. I went to play Uno with a group of friends before, a while ago. I had to make a Ubisoft account and use their app to play Uno. So yeah. I still use my consoles for streaming, but it obviously depends on the game. If I have it on PC, I'm going to play it on PC. Also, funnily enough, Uno was the first game I ever played on Xbox 360, because it was just free with it. Alright, where are you going? You're going there. I need a fleet sent over here. We will send the first fleet. Pause. We'll also send a fleet over here. Where'd they go? Wasn't there a... Oh, I can't even see them because they're in here. Okay. Send a fleet here. I will send the second fleet. Oh, the coil is online. We now have 10% more damage, and I think 10% more HP or defense too, which is nice. And then we send a fleet over here to deal with these portals. The third fleet. Tabletop Simulator. I've never played it. I love the idea of tabletop games, although growing up, all I ever played was like Monopoly and Sorry and Trouble. There were some weird ones in there. We played Mousetrap. We played The Grape Escape, which was kind of fun. And some other random stuff that I had. I had like a Goosebumps board. These are board games, though. Not... You could call them tabletop games, but when I say tabletop, I'm referring to like more complicated stuff. Not, Monopoly. I guess Monopoly is complicated. It's also terrible. I hate Monopoly. The games never end, and I always lose. I hate Monopoly. If ever there was like hey, let's play a board game, it's raining outside or something, like, okay, what do you want to play? Well, we got this. Hey, let's play Monopoly. I'll go play in the rain by myself. It is. But I really like them. I especially enjoy co-op. I never got to play like a single co-op board game or tabletop game, really, It was always like versus each other. But I used to watch a series on YouTube that's been defunct for like years now. I'm not sure it was ever officially canceled, but it never came back. And they played a bunch of tabletop games. Well-known ones like Settlers of Catan, things like that, and also random ones I've never heard of. It was really fun, and I especially enjoyed the co-op ones, where you're just helping each other. It's kind of like the equivalent of like Left 4 Dead or Horde mode, which I also like. I prefer PvE. Or like a World War Z or Mass Effect multiplayer. Ah! So this is where the turn base comes in. We have our 3 ships and our 3 commanders. Right now we have 2 tier 5 ships and 1 tier 4. Oddly enough, our tier 4 ship in this fleet is the strongest person because they have an epic ability, Singularity. Epic abilities are rare. I reshuffled my team so each fleet has 1 epic ability. Singularity inflicts like a million status effects and also does decent damage to everybody, which is nice. You can only use it once for heals and for epics. You have a set amount. If you go back to base, it refreshes it. So you don't have to hoard it too much. Just use it for hard fights. There's also 3 classes: Engineer, Tactical, Science. Think tank, DPS, healer. Roughly. There's also 2 like two like branches for classes. Julie here is, I believe, an inventor, engineer. Whereas our other engineer is a mechanic. It's just a difference in what you can learn. There's some overlap though. Bum, 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 bum. Sentinels of the Multiverse. I don't think they ever played that one. I do like superhero stuff. That'd be fun. All right, let's up our evasion for free. We'll also up our defense by 25%. Now, Julie is built as a tank. Julie has access to a move called... where is it? I have so many abilities now. Supercharged Polarity, which is basically Provoke. It's a tank move. The other engineer doesn't have access to it. Then we have Remnant, who is basically a rogue. I can do Cloak, and then Supercharge, and then a big move to deal incredible like damage in one hit. Basically take somebody out almost immediately. So Cloak. Ow. This team is more specifically built. Tank with ability to provoke and has defense abilities. Rogue, who does great damage but is also pretty susceptible to hits. And like full healer scientist. The other team has weird builds. They're like all red mages kind of. Our other engineer, their name is, it's Jay. He's kind of like a bulky DPS that can also heal in a pinch. So kind of well-rounded. The other tactical person, Standy, can't do like rogue burst damage, but does like just overall decent damage, like consistently. And the other healer has just as many debuffs as healing. So this is like the more organized team. Other team is more chaotic. I didn't even check what we're against. A tier 3, a tier 3, and a tier 4. Okay. They're the threat. Then we supercharge. Supercharge can be dangerous because it gives you vulnerable, which increases your threat level and makes you take more damage. But with Cloak, we should be able to dodge most things, and with Provoke as well. Harpoon! This puts vulnerable on them. Ow. Thank you. Go ahead and heal up a little bit. Moves in this game can exploit certain status effects. The downside is it eliminates the status effect. So for instance, this enemy has Hull Breach. Hull Breach is like poison. If I were to do a move that exploits Hull Breach, it would do a fantastic damage increase, but it would also eliminate Hull Breach. It's best to wait until Hull Breach is almost done and then use it. So you get the most out of the poison, like damage per turn. Now, this ability exploits vulnerable. Normally, I would say let's leave it on until like it's almost done, but this will just kill them. With Supercharge, it'll just kill them. 6,000 damage. Oh no! Julie's been gooed. That's wimpy damage over time, though. The damage over time is based on the strength. I don't know how D&D works or like things like that, but I never played D&D either in my life. I kind of regret that. The damage over time is based on the strength of the character that is doing it. What guys? What do you have? Nothing. Okay. I'm just gonna have Julie do some damage. There you go. Good dodges by all three of us. Science ships don't do great damage, but they have other things they can do. Mist is built to be more of a healer because they have 3 healing moves. But we also have stuff like this. Didn't work on them. Crew Panic makes their evasion go to -100, so pretty much they'll always be hit. I also have moves to take advantage of it. Strafing Run to slow them down. This is a great status effect because it lowers their speed by 25%. If you've ever played Final Fantasy X, you know what this is. It's the order of turns. And when you slow them down, it bumps them down a little bit. Engulf. This is the one thing I miss from Mass Effect. This is the one thing Mass Effect does not have. Space combat. I would love if kind of like how the gummy ships are in Kingdom Hearts, kind of. I would love if there was like space combat in Mass Effect. It doesn't make sense for the Normandy because the Normandy is a stealth vessel. But what about in Mass Effect 4? Like the one that might come, maybe never comes out, or it might come out. We don't know yet. What if we have like more of like a warship kind of thing, and we can have awesome space fights, kind of like in Assassin's Creed, they introduced ship battles. People seem to like it, and we're not happy when it was taken out, or at least dumbed down. The Collective, after pinging its gratitude receptors, determines you are eligible for a reward for your services. I will refuse the reward for diplomacy, because I get a ton of resources now. I mean, oh yeah, I'm making more drones. Okay, in this game, when your base is under attack, they attack from here, right? They bombard your base. Your base takes damage. You lose morale, which gives you bonuses. You also lose hull points, HP. I don't know this for sure because I've never gotten to the end game of this game. I'm playing mostly blind. I have a feeling the final battle, this is going to come into play. So far, this has just been like, meh. As long as you have fleets to defend yourself, you're fine. I've never gotten that low. But I have a feeling the end battle is going to be like this cool, epic battle where the space station probably helps us in some way. And this is going to matter. If you go into your starbase and go to Foundry, you have these things where you can add hull points to your base. I only have one left. The biggest one. It adds 100. It requires a level 13 person, which is the level cap for points. You can still go beyond 13 for other points, but it takes forever. Remnant's been a level 13 for a while, and he's just here on experience. I only need more drones, which I think I'm making right now. I think I'm making them. Yeah, I'm building drones right now. So I think it's going to be important to get that number as high as possible. Aha! Bum ba da bum bum bum. This is First Fleet. We have Tier 5 ship, Tier 4, Tier 5. Again, this is like the Red Mage kind of build for everybody. Like Jay's just a bulky DPS that can heal people and himself. Mimikyu has 2 heals, but also has like other stuff. And Scandy's just like overall DPS, but also has a couple boosting items as well. Into the Fray and targeting support. Hi Scandy, speaking of Scandy. Alright, defense up by 25%. That is my go-to first move, normally. These are free auras. Scandy is a counselor. So he has these auras. There are specialization classes in this game. I'll be honest, I don't like some of them. The Commando one, I think, is not that good. Just from personal experience. You can only have one aura up at a time. I prefer this one, where enemies do 15% less damage. Scandy knows the secret to Incub running away. I mean, you do speedrun Final Fantasy X. I'm sure you run away a lot. I'm sure there's, knowing speedrun strats, I'm sure there's some fights you have to do for a certain amount of experience to get certain abilities in the sphere grid. Most of the time, you're probably using Flee. Yeah. I'm sure it's down to a science at this point. There's probably like, yeah, do like your first 2 fights in this area and then just run away. That'll get you just enough AP. Or only fight this group of enemies because they give you the most AP. All right, Jay, I want you to damage over time this one. Good. Let's put some haste on Jay's ship. Does haste make sense when you're using it on a ship? Not really. Targeting support. Everyone does more damage. And Jay, you are going to use Disintegrate Hull, but take advantage of the crew panic. Ooh, good damage. Alright, Mimikuni, what stuff do you have? You're not hurt, so I don't want to do this, or this. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna do Reflective Shield on Jay's ship. If they shoot him, it'll reflect half the damage back at the enemy. Don't dodge it! Why do my people continuously dodge attacks when they have Reflect on? Now, Jay has Commando. I don't like it. You have to go into Pew Pew mode. It takes a turn to go into Pew Pew mode. Then all you can do is shoot. And then it takes a turn to exit Pew Pew mode. But since Jay is a weird mix of like DPS and support, what if I need a clutch healing to save somebody's life? I can't do it. I'd have to exit Pew Pew mode and then wait a turn and then heal. I don't like it. But there is something I want to try. I have Reflective Shield on, right? It reflects half damage. I am now going to guard Scandy. So now there's a 2 in 3 chance they hit Jay and then reflect the damage back. That ability is at least useful for this. That's the first thing you get in the Commando tree. Scandy, I would like you to slow them down. Good. You can also do force targeting, so I can force one of them to attack Jay's ship and then reflect the damage back at him. That's kind of funny. Unfortunately, you can't make them shoot their own ships. I wish you could. Yeah, there it is. And reflect damage and then you kill. Yep, they just blew themselves up. Awesome. I'm using tactics this time? It only took me 5 streams of this game to use that tactic. Let's slow down you. You have more health left. Why not? Let's do a heal over time. We have plenty of them. Ow! Ow! That actually hurt a lot. Strafing 1 for slowing them down. Ow. That's not great, because I wanted this team to do more stuff. Now I have to go back home, probably, because I'm going to have to get more heals. Alright, how long does guard last, anyway? I guess one more turn. Shield Disruptor. Wow, 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 wow. As I've said before, if you make a space game, you need good sound effects for space things. And this game has fun sound effects. Every move seems to have like a different thing. I mean, look at Star Wars. One of the best things about original Star Wars was all the cool sound effects they had. And how they got them. I've seen the videos of like the documentation of how they made certain sound effects. It's pretty cool. Do I have a move that hits everybody? I do, but it's on cooldown. Oh. Alright, I'll just kill one. I'll just kill one person. Wow, what a bad roll. That was terrible. Use tune-up, because it's a selfie. It only helps him. Might as well use it. Alright, our heal over time is done. Please don't do like 50 damage again. 15? What is happening? That doesn't make any sense. They have no buffs on that dictate like they take less damage. Why did that do 15 damage? Ugh. This does 105 to 182 and does damage over time and heals the user by the damage it takes over time. So why did it do 15? This game has some weird stuff to it that I still don't understand. And see, now it did 400. The move it did 50 before, that has a minimum of like 200. Now it did... This game is weird. Now, I already have diplomacy of 100%, so it makes no sense to do this, but I also don't need people. I mean, I'll take the people. I have a ton of people. People are mainly used to fix up colonies. All these areas that give you fuel and people and dark matter and materials sometimes need to be fixed up, and it requires people to like make a new colony or like make a new mining facility. Also, it costs a lot of people to make new ships. The bigger, the more people. Because of that, though, I really don't need any more people. I have ships ready to go for... Oh, Scandi! You're level 13! Woohoo! Which means I need to flip your ships now. You need to flip your ship with Jeebus. Yeah. I have a ship... Like, I didn't have a ship for him, so I had to give him yours that I already made. So I need to flip it. The only difference is one of the ships has more evasion and the other does more damage. Jeebus has the ability to cloak for increased evasion. Scandi doesn't have that. So I prefer Scandi to have more of a evasive ship. Now Scandi has 2 points left. What do I give him? Here's our choice. Here's our choice. I'm going to give him this for better flashbang. Here is our decision. Do we give him Into the Fray 3, which all it does is increase the damage from 75 to 100%. The Inspire thing is still the same. Or I give Scandi Psych Up, which is an aura that makes everybody do 15% more damage. Now, if I give him this, he'll still have the 15% less damage taken. So that's still good. It's not like if I take this, I have nothing. But I almost want to go the more offensive route. I mean, defense is nice. I like defense. But they're almost the same thing. We talked about this last time. If you take 15% less damage, the fight will take a little longer, but you'll win. If you do 15% more damage, the fight won't take as long. So in effect, you're taking less damage by killing faster. I think it kind of evens out. But again, this might not be worth it. All this does is make Into the Fray do 25% more damage. That's it. The main effect of Into the Fray is the buff, not the damage. I kind of want to take this and just go offensive. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. Scandi's done. It takes so long to get to level 14 for one more point. We're pretty much done at 13, so. All right, time for a little... Oh, I can't do it because everyone's out. Okay, you're done. The 5 new drones are ready, which means I can go back to our base and I can do the last big HP increase. It does require a level 13 character, which I don't have at base, so I have to wait on that.
Remember to stay hydrated.
Why do you call me out on my bad posture? What if I like looking like a shrimp? Okay. You guys are also done. Come back. You guys need to land. Which fleet is this? That is fine. Okay. All right. We are going to mess with our fleet. Oh, wait a minute. Jeebus is in here, isn't he? Yeah. Come back. You can always go back later. And there's the commando ship, which is what Jeebus is going to be using. I need to give the ship that Jeebus has currently to Scandi and then give Jeebus this ship. Brand new ship. Wait for them to come back. All right. I could have done this earlier, but we are going to do the Foundry. I am going to have Jay do this because it only takes 1 day. I did the wrong thing, didn't I? Yeah, I did the wrong. It defaulted to the top one. 5 days, 6 days, 4 days. Julie. 4 days. Julie is in the second fleet, so I can't send them out for 4 days. What I can do is go to third fleet. I can take out the ship. I can go to the new commando ship. Puts Jeebus in this ship. Rename it. And then I can go to first fleet. No. Yeah, first fleet. For that, and give you the old Juggernaut, which I believe is the more evasive one. I could be wrong. I can always check it. Yes, this one has more evasion. The other one has 0. I will have to change Scandy's stuff. When you switch ships around, it messes with the abilities. So I will have to mess with his and probably Jeebus's too. Maybe. It might, yeah, I think, yeah, it randomized it. Yep. That's okay. So second fleet can't leave for 4 days. Let us... Anything else going around the galaxy right now? What's happening here? Why is that a... The Corzan consensus requests your presence, but it's not a mission. It doesn't appear in here. What the... Well, let's go over there, I guess. We will send the first fleet. Like I said, this game has some weird quirks. Like, that should show up on our thing as a mission, but it didn't. An unfamiliar Corzan assemblyman apologizes on behalf of the Corzan speaker, who cannot come to the Hypercaster due to health concerns. However, they relate to you the reason for beckoning to Onir. The collective source code's millennial anniversary is nearing in a matter of decades, and they wish to present them with a suitable celebratory gift. They request that you use extreme discretion in the inquiry. Accept. The Corzan assemblyman thanks you for your service, half-heartedly assuring you that they knew you were going to accept before they even asked, but felt the need to vocalize the question for propriety's sake. So they want to find out what gift to give the collective. What a weird mission. This is some Next Generation stuff. Like how Next Generation... Oh, I need to fix that. Well, Scandi is now in his tier 5 ship, and I know exactly what to call it. The best name. Scandy's naming scheme has been based on Final Fantasy X. He had Titus and Waka and Auron and the Celsius. But I think we all know what his tier 5 ship should be called. The Blitzball. The USS Blitzball. Hey, your ship wanted to be a Blitzball when it grew up. And now it is. Does anyone actually get that joke? I know Scandi does. Alright. So we're going to launch the first fleet over here to see what gift. This is very Next Generation because it's diplomacy. Imagine like Picard gets a message from an admiral like, Picard, we need you to go talk to the Vulcans. I don't know why the Vulcans would be doing this, but we need to have you go talk to the Vulcans. They need to know what gift to give the Klingons for their anniversary of whatever. to keep relations in the positive, you know? Picard could just go blood wine, and it would be a good answer for them. Blood wine and sharp things. Commander, We've arrived at Transensis. Patching the collective through now. Commander, what a nice surprise. Normally your arrival here is immediately preceded by my begging for your help. So this is a nice change of pace. What can I do for you? I could just tell them, hey, they want to know what gift to get you. They're robots. I think they'd appreciate a direct response. Kind of, right? Man, what do you need? Anything? Like, favors you could do for us? So thoughtful of you. Let me see. Now that you mention it, I suppose one thing I can always use is updated synapse scans of... What the? A Coruscant fleet has just begun raiding one of my colonies. No warning, no formal declaration of war, nothing. This is unacceptable. Oh, they sent us just to distract them. Commander, I strongly urge you to deal with them. I suspect you had no knowledge of this, but you've been duped into aiding an ambush on my territory. Please inform your Coruscant friends that their deaths are imminent if they do not immediately leave. Oh, can I actually, tell them to leave instead of just killing them? Commander, we should send a fleet to stop the Coruscant attack. This is a diplomatic incident that the Federation doesn't currently need. The thing is, if I have to fight, I will. They used us. They lied. I normally do the thing where if one attacks the other, I just leave them alone. If I lose diplomacy, so be it. It's their thing. But they used us, so I will destroy them. But in this case, it looks like we can maybe make them go away. Commander, we've encountered a situation regarding some of the starbase fauna. Oh. A small herd of Borgoth seem to be infesting some of the larger piping around our crew quarters. The cadets have sealed up every hole they found, but the dark things keep popping up in the strangest places. We could build a dark matter bait trap, we could build a simple shock trap, or ignore their pleas. They're just cadets with no faces, apparently. They can handle it. We shall build... I think this is just asking for trouble. Why would we build a dark matter trap? Maybe a simple shock trap would suffice? Yeah. Your crew meticulously sets a number of shock traps in key locations around the crew quarters. Though the traps do handle the Borgoth infestation, they do manage to emulsify some of the less cautious cadets. That's okay. They're no faces. They're fine. Oh no! We lost 25 people! And just like in Star Trek land, we just lost 25 red shirts. We have 6,000 more at home. It's fine. Commander, the Coruscant Raiders have accepted our hail, patching them through now. The same Coruscant assemblyman greets you on the casting device, thanking you for providing the necessary cover to launch this attack. He explains to you that a sizable group of Coruscant have been receiving the same dream as of late. So these guys are psychic, by the way. A disgusting portent of the future, wherein humans trapped in dark rooms are forced to watch recordings of other human slaves building vast monuments to the collective. He further explains that the Coruscant have sensed that a surgical strike here may halt that apocalyptic vision of the future. We can join in the bombardment. We can thank the Coruscant for the warning, pressure them to return, or inform them that their vision was of an audience watching a popular historical drama holofit. Whether that's true or not, it might actually trick them enough. So what is it? Hold on. Humans trapped in a dark room are forced to watch recordings of other humans, slaves. But yeah, it sounds like it's like a historical thing. Turning suicidal either from the realized shame of their grievous error or from their sheer adulterated anger, the Coruscant fleet lashes out and attacks you. Come on! Alright, fine, I'll kill you, I guess. To save face, they're attacking. Maybe not the best strategy. Fine. Would you stop attacking my medic? All right, make them do less damage. Also, Scandy gets to try this new ship, the Blitzball. Oh, I forgot to mess with Scandy's abilities. No, they're all weird. You still have some stuff though. Oh no, it just gave you like 2 new ones. It flipped one and gave you another one. Okay. That's not that bad. I can fix it later. Jay, I would like you to ramming speed. That did so much damage. Let's do the dumb thing again. Reflective shield. And reflect damage. And then I shall targeting support so we do more damage. I will also haste Jay so he can get guard up sooner. It should pop him ahead of those two. No, about one of them. Okay, I'll take it. And then we will guard Mimikyu since she's low on health. I mean, I can heal, but they're being dumb and continuously attacking the person who has Reflect on. Didn't work, but did decent damage. Okay. And now we kill. Why do they have an effect on that's just white? Oh, it's called Soothing Light. It's like, why is the effect square for that just white? That's gotta be a glitch, right? Like it didn't load in something. It's called Soothing Light. That could just be what it's supposed to look like. How else do you depict Soothing Light? Commander, we've received a message from the Corzan speaker. He apologizes, saying he was under a psychic sedative, forced onto him by a crowd of dissonants, objecting to his speakership over his conciliatory... I can't say these words anymore. Conciliatory behavior towards the collective. He also informs us that while he applauds our protection of the collective colony, the entire consensus was greatly dismayed by our insulting of the Corzan clairvoyance. Though expressing remorse at the behavior of his race in the last few days, he wishes you had given a more even-keeled response to their concern. They were... No, they were dumb. They deserved it. 85. That's fine. It didn't say it went down, but I think it might have been 100 before. Oh well. Commander, the facility that Crab is under attack by those mysterious... It keeps doing this. I made them our friends, but it's like the game is glitched and it just keeps having them attack me. If I kill them, it actually doesn't lower the diplomacy rating either. I think it's just glitched and it keeps doing this over and over again. Because the Vorash, I think, yeah, it went down by 10 a while ago, but I guess we'll just go beat them up? Third Fleet. I would like you to go beat up the aliens that keep attacking us. I don't like fighting these guys. Because they have their, like, lamprey ships. They can just, like, suck the blood out of our ships and heal themselves.
Glad
it's
to
weird.
Have you on the team.
Mimikyu.
Resist Kupo knife.
Kupo. Thank you for the resub for 7 months. Welcome to space. Commander, Julie has finished batting down the hatches at the foundry. We now have max health. I don't think we can actually get any more health than that. We can heal. This is what heals your base. Wait a minute. 3,000 hull repair in space combat. Oh, no, this basically makes medkits for your ships. I might want to start making these at some point. Maybe for the fight. The mothership is probably hard. While I'm fighting all the other stuff up to that point, I think I'm going to start making some medkits to bring. I've never used these once, but they could be important. These are things you can equip that do like changes and stuff, but I don't like them. Like this, ship disable resistance plus 60%. That sounds good, right? Minimum damage plus 8%. Also sounds good. Oh, there's no negative to that one. Hold on. There's negative to some of these. Or not? What happened to the negatives? All these were like, does this, but also does this. Oh, here's one. Hull plus 9%, but then hull rupture resist minus 9%. I might want to start making this stuff for the big fight. This increases offline sensor offline resistance by 80% and aim plus 20. This, I don't want that. I don't want the negative. Then immobilization resist minus 9%. Yep. No, I don't want the negative ones. Crew panic resist. Crew panic's not that bad. Yeah, these are kind of meh. Okay, speed plus 6 is good. That means you get to move more often. That's not bad. It's also kind of cheap to make. But you can only go into battle with one thing, I think, and I think I'm going to want to go with health kits. I'm going to wait until I have more dark matter and make some to prepare for the final fight. So, we're going to fight that. We're going to have a fleet come over here and do a ground fight. Who is the better ground fighting fleet? I don't know. I don't think it matters. Julie can provoke, which actually could matter. She can also heal herself, so this team has more healing on the ground. We'll do that. These guys are so annoying to fight. They put vampirism on your ship and just heal themselves from your ship. They can also instant heal their ship somehow. It happens sometimes. Jeebus, I think I need to redo your abilities. Bullseye is good. Crippling Shot I think is good. A nice AoE move that inflicts weapon disruption. That's all kind of nice. Strafing Run. Targeting support. I can do 2 more. That's an exploit. Yeah, but I think, yeah, Ninja has the ability to... No, she doesn't. Actually, Ninja doesn't have that ability on. Okay, never mind. Don't do that. Exploit's vulnerable. Exploit's vulnerable. We'll do counter snipe. Instead of this. This does more damage, has a faster cooldown, and inflicts weapon disable. This is just better. Although this is single and this is all. And we'll do both. And... Yeah, we'll throw that on too. Now, can Ninja have... Yes, the Ninja actually can have that ability. So I'm gonna... Oh, wait, Ninja's abilities are all messed up too. I guess I didn't... Oh, that's right, I put her in the new ship last time. Both heals. Psychic Storm. Upload Virus. 25% damage reduction. Damage over time. And... I like Disruption Beam because it only has a cooldown of 2. But I could go with something that has no cooldown whatsoever. But I like Crew Panic. Normally, engineers have an ability that can take advantage of Crew Panic, so that's why I use it. Speaking of which... Yep, this exploits Crew Panic. And so does this, yeah. Aura is in the tier 4 ship, so he only has 6 abilities, unfortunately. Alright, time to fight these annoying things. Okay, first up, make him do less damage. They also start with this damage resist thing, too. It's just, they're so annoying. Vampire tanks. Cloak. Jeebus can do the same thing Remnant does. He cloaks, he supercharges, and then just hits someone for massive damage. I do need to inflict vulnerable, though, for it to be effective. So let's do that. You have the most health. No, there's the vampirism. No. What should I do? How are you guys on stuns? 100. This is why I don't like stuns. It seems like everybody has resistance to stun. You can, but it's only a one-time use. Now, this is a one-time fight. We can go back home after this, so we can use the nuke. But it does have a warm-up of like 2 or 3 turns. I should hit somebody else with that. Oh well. Targeting. Also, you'll notice we have more abilities. People have abilities. And then the ship also has abilities. Like, this is a ship ability. That's ship-based. That's ship-based. This is person-based. Person-based. Ship-based. Ship-based. No, person-based. Person, ship, person, ship, person. Yeah. Supercharge. Nope, not that one. Aura, what should you do? Inflicts vulnerable. We already have vulnerable on the right person. Exploits engines down. Nobody has that. I did kind of rearrange this team a little bit, so I'm kind of still learning like their synergy moves. Let's do broadside salvo. Unfortunately, I think it might have backfired. I'm not sure if it does vulnerable or if it does hull breach, but I got vulnerable now, so. You would think it'd be good damage. Since it was offline. Got all 3 of them. Ooh. We're not feeling great. Okay, here comes the big move. Suicide run on you. Go for it. Dead. 6,600 damage. Yeah. Who needs a nuclear strike? Oh, there's all the stuff. They're like eating themselves, but also healing for twice as much. It's weird. Sonic Storm. Not effective. Nuclear. Since we're going home anyway, let's just use it. Look how much damage this does. Oh no! Can you imagine if I used this with the supercharge? If I timed it? Unfortunately, if I did that, I would not be able to do the suicide run tactic. I'd have to wait an extra turn. I think it's better for harder, longer fights, so I can use supercharge again later. Because it has a cooldown of 5 turns. But can you imagine supercharge and then this? Let's just do it. Dead. I actually kind of want to try it. Supercharge plus nuke. I kind of want to try it. Hey, we saved the colony. Unfortunately, it's now irradiated. And no one can live there anymore. What if that was a thing? No, these are futuristic nukes. They don't have side effect radiation afterwards. Yeah. Wait. Why do I have another wizard? Oh, it's because I made it for Mist when she gets to level 13. That's right. Yep. All right, we're doing stuff there. Let us send out our fleets, finally. You're going there for ground combat. I'm going to send a fleet here to fight this group. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the one I want here. There. And then you... First Fleet. The patrol have infiltrated the cadet barracks on Halcyon 6. While our crew has mostly sealed them in, the creature's continued presence while... Yeah, I know. Okay, I get it. Which fleet is home right now? The Third Fleet. And me and... Unfortunately, because myself and Blue are here, if basically whoever you pick is guaranteed to fight, and then you'll get 2 more people. I really hope it's not me or Blue. I hope it's... I don't know, Aura kind of sucks in combat, though. Ground combat. I'm going to make sure we have a healer, so I'm going to send a ninja. I'm going to guarantee a healer. Is preparing to take on Maternal. They await your command. We got Aura, who I just said was bad in ground combat, and me, who's also 3 levels lower. What good picks we have. Okay, at least I have this. I can up our defense. Ninja has great heals in ground combat. She has a heal that can only be used once every 4 turns, but she also has Blood Drive, which gives random party members transfusion effect. When enemies take damage over time, they get health back. She can also guarantee that on herself. So, a lot of good abilities. I can up our defense at least. What do I want to do? Confuse. Didn't work. I will up our defense. Aura, what do you have besides Ball Lightning? Ball Lightning is like the one good ability I gave him. Everything else is level 1. This is not good. It exploits Afflicted and also has a chance to put Afflicted on myself. That's dumb. This ability kind of sucks. Yeah, we'll do Ball Lightning. As much as I want to give Aura 2 points into better ship abilities, I think I need to spend 2 points on him to give his starting stuff to level 3. I need to make him better at ground combat. Organ Failure. Only level 1, though. What's your... Oh, that's why. The one status effect they have advantage on. Whoops. Blood Drive. Hypodermic needles everywhere. And I will use Ghost Pepper Bomb. What do we have here? Inflict Exposed. That sounds good. They're dead in 1 more turn. With Exposed, they're definitely dead. This is a guaranteed kill. I will slow them down. Yeah, Aura's only good ground move is on cooldown. Notice how I can't kill this with anything. I can kill it with this if I get a decent roll. Got it. We did it! Alright, that's taken care of. So we have the first fleet coming over here to fight. We have the second fleet getting ready to do some ground combat. I'm going to send the third fleet in here. We're going to have all 3 fleets fighting. If problems happen at home, we're so fast, the closest fleet can come back pretty quickly. Third fleet. Go. While they're traveling, let us go ahead and land here. Oh, we can't close them. Oh. In our space, we were able to land on these things and close them by doing the ground combat. In their space, we can't close them. So we can never rid this place of enemies. This is just like XP farming. Which I'm still gonna do, because we might find the only reason we found the nice turtle that were underground was because we came over here and went to this planet. We might find more stuff in here. So I want to kind of go everywhere a little bit and see what's happening. Why must they fight? Because aliens are trying to eat us. We don't have a choice. Alright, we're just gonna have a bunch of series of fights now. Does anyone have to change their abilities? I don't think so. No, I think we're good. 1 second. Ooh, had to clear my throat a little bit. Cloak. Damage. Reduction. Julie, I want you to provoke them. Call them names. Okay. Supercharge. We're gonna go ahead and use this. Mist is our consular for this team, but she's lower leveled, so she only has this one. I call this the Donatello buff, because it's like a purple Ninja Turtle looking thing. It gives you more evasion and aim. It's okay. What to do with you on this turn, though? Damage over time. This one. This is the bigger threat because it has this on. Alright, we need Vulnerable to make Suicide Run do more damage. Vulnerable is at 0%, so that should work. Good. You're dead next turn. Ow. Alright. Remnants, I would like you to Suicide Run this guy and just annihilate him. This is going to do, like, at least twice their HP. Well, 1.5 times, maybe. Oh, wow, that was actually pretty low roll. Okay, alright, okay. Now they have Crew Panic, we could take advantage of that. Do I have an AoE that does it? I do. Eruption. Takes advantage of Crew Panic. Not bad. Honestly, it's kind of on the weak side. I know it's an AoE move, but that didn't do that much, considering they had an exploit. I might remove it. I think I removed this last time because it was kind of meh. That doesn't do a lot either, but at least it puts something on. Singularity is a one-time use. We want to wait until we're in a big fight for that one. Goodbye. And you die now. Commander, as soon as we destroyed the fleet at the spawn pit, a new one started to emerge. We should get out of here before they're destroyed. We're destroyed. It doesn't appear that we can destroy the spawn pit. Yeah, the game basically saying more are just going to appear. Where was that anyway? Hold on. Where was... Oh, yeah, here. That's fine. We'll just move around. We'll just move here. We're just looking for, like, hidden side quests, basically. Here, I'm going to take Eruption off. I don't like it. I think the damage is just garbage for being a tier 5 ship. I think it's outdated at this point. Now, Demolish inflicts hull breach on a single enemy and does good damage. And exploit something we can actually do. I kind of like that better. Hold on. Wow, I guess I never went through her abilities properly. Let's just, hold on. All right. Acid Bomb is great. You don't want to put a bunch of big moves on them because they won't have anything to do sometimes, because this has a cooldown of 5. Flak Barrage is pretty decent, okay, like just standard damage, but so is this. And I kind of like that better. Heal Ally. Heal Self, because you're a tank. Engulf is pretty fun. Shield Disrupt is fun, and Damage Over Time is fun. This is our go-to move because it has no cooldown. We use these fun moves and then use this when we don't have anything else to do. Did I decide on this? I guess I did. Here. That's fine. I want to put this on since Remnant has that move that takes advantage of it, and it's AoE. We shall get rid of... Oh, but I like everything on here. Once Mist gets a tier 5 ship, she'll have 7 abilities, and we can just add this. But for now, I'm going to have to take something off. But I like it all. That's good for... Because Crew Panic is something Joey can mess with. I'm not taking this off. This is damage over time, which is good. This is my go-to move. Nothing else to do, but 6, 4, 5, yeah. guess I'll just wait till I have a tier 5 ship. Oh, are you playing Awakening? I need to play it more. I'm still like on chapter 4. Alright. Donatello power. Defense. Cloak. Honestly, the cloak is not necessary. The supercharged move is not necessary because, I mean, look at their HP. These are all tier 3 ships. We don't need NT2. Let's just kill them. We can just kind of power through this. Harpoon this one. And damage over time, that one. Don't have any AoEs up yet, so just suicide run this one. It'll die. We don't need the supercharge. Engulf. Alright, recording is back for YouTube. Because once again, I forgot to delete previous videos that I rendered. I fell a little behind on rendering. So I had to keep videos on. I should have just moved them to a different hard drive, but I record to an old solid state drive I used to have as an OS drive, but it only has like 200 gig space. And that one 11-hour stream I did in Theater Rhythm was 100 gigs, so. You wouldn't think a game like Theater Rhythm would be like that big. Like a Halcyon video is like 20 to 30 because it's like simple graphics. The Theater Rhythm was way bigger. Like the average bit rate of a Halcyon video was like 11K or 11 megs or gigs, whatever. And the Theater Rhythm was like 28. So more than double. What are you? You're like a bad Pokemon design. You're tier 5, okay. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Let's go. Well, I hope to get to the point in the game where I actually get the character and others. I still haven't. I know of them, I just never got to them. Wait a minute. We have 2 consulars on the same team. How did that happen? Uh-oh. Oh wait, no we don't. That was Scandy. I thought we did because I'm used to Ninja having it. Never mind. It was a free move. I thought it was the next person's turn. Carry on. I did mention I didn't sleep very well, so be prepared for some incorrect things I say. And just not noticing some things. Ow, stop picking on Mimikyu. Guard Mimikyu. And then we'll use Reflective Shield on Jack. Then we will flashbang this guy because he's kind of dangerous. And neither one worked. Oh. Wait, you can be disabled, but these don't work? Okay, whatever. It's like the one time disable works and I'll have it. Haste J. Well, you're not super innocent. You're a physicist. You have abilities that, like, warp their DNA and stuff. Like, you're not that innocent. Moira. Damage over time? Good job. Bum, bum, bum. Only worked on one? That was kind of a waste. Go ahead and heal yourself. Don't dodge when you have reflective armor on. Get all of them. God, this guy's annoying. I'm using all my AoE moves just to hit him. That did work. Do I have anything that exploits vulnerable? I do. Scandy has teleport explosives. Although it's very... Why is it so weak? Oh, it's damage over time as well. Okay, that's why. Why is it so weak? Oh, that's right. We were going to do the offensive version. Which is this one. Honestly, when we're fighting a tier 5 ship, I kind of want the defensive one. When we're fighting smaller ships, we can use the offensive one just to make it go faster. I went for it. Strafing run. More protection. Go ahead and use Disintegrate Hull for some good damage. This will do like, what, 1,500? 1,700. Heal over time. For science. We are getting a little beat up. Well, again, you dodged. Oh, never mind. You don't have Reflect on anymore. Good. Never mind. Good. What is Scandy? What is your most damaging move? Probably Bridge Shot, right? Harass isn't bad either. And yep. Scandy's most damaging move that has a long cooldown. It missed. Oh, why are you so tanky? And resists everything. No! Mimicudi's been gooed. That's a lot of damage per turn. We might want to kill this guy. The damage... We want to do other stuff in here, and the damage is kind of adding up. I kind of want to keep the damage over time move on Scandy. And I kind of want to give it to everyone else that might have it. I like damage over time. They're nice. Speaking of which... It's 3 damage over times on. Ramming speed. I did a lot. All right, just look at this. Look at this little ship that's left. 390 health, hull breach. Just dying slowly. Let's finish him off. I got a little HP out of him from that. Mimicudi's ship is not looking great. You get a heal first turn next time. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. Yeah, Remnant has this too. Although Remnant has more like burst damage stuff, so I kind of really don't want him to have this. Yeah, what he does, he doesn't really need it. You see the light? No, we must fix up the burger. Okay. Donatello. Damage reduction. My usual go-tos. Now, we really don't need 6k damage from this, but it does guarantee a kill, so. Julie, provoke. Not the goo. They love putting goo on the scientists. I guess they figure scientists would love goo. I mean, goo could be interesting. Science. We're gonna kill you in one hit, so let's just do this. Supercharge. Harpoon, just to guarantee the kill. Would you stop shooting my scientist, please? Suicide run, you're dead. Julie laughs at your attempt to cause damage to her. Might kill. No, no. Let's just do this to kill that and do damage to them. That was a crit, that's why I did so much. And then we're done. Easy fight. I don't have to think as much with second squad or second fleet because, again, they're very specific to what they do. Julie tanks, Remnant does like rogue damage, and then Mist heals. With the other team, I have to kind of think about it. Commander. See, I know, they spawn a new one. Julie got Structural Engineer. I know how to make this ship stronger. Space combat health plus 5%. That's a lot for someone who has a bulky ship. So I should probably stop going towards the portals and go towards the planets, because that's where we're going to find missions. What? There are 3 fleets around this one. There's got to be something here, right? There's got to be something on that planet. There are 3 fleets protecting it. You know there's something there. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Well, besides Aura being in a tier 4 ship, this team also looks pretty decent. Let us go ahead and do the less damage. If it misses, I could just do it again, which is funny. I do have my nuke back. I could just nuke them in one turn. We could do the supercharged nuke and see how much damage it does. Why not? I don't think it doesn't take that long to get back from base. We could just keep coming back and nuking. Kind of funny. Supercharged nuke, let's go. Should Aura do anything in preparation for the nuke? Maybe put vulnerable on the highest HP person? Oh, you can enrage all you want. I think you're going to die next turn. Unfortunately, I don't have the do 15% more damage. That would make the nuke even stronger, but I don't have that on this team. Do a little damage to you to make sure you die. And, oh, that's, wait a minute. Oh, the warm-up's 3, never mind. I was looking at the cooldown. The warm-up is 4 turns. So never mind. And I wasted supercharge. Kind of. Let's just do this. I didn't waste it because they're dead. If we want to see supercharged nuke, it's going to be a long fight. We have to wait 4 turns and have supercharge available. Oh no, Aura's crew is panicked. So, you have sensors offline. Do I have anything that takes advantage of sensors offline? I don't think you do. No. Hello, Remnant. No, the warm-up is how many turns have to pass before you can even use it. And the warm-up on Nuke is 4. We would have to wait 4 turns and 3 turns, supercharge, and then do it. But by then, I've already supercharged, probably. Basically, we need to use it in a tough fight. Nuke is only worth using if there's still 3 enemies left, usually. So, boss fight. Or, like, 3 tier 5 ships. If I know I'm going to use Nuke, I can, instead of targeting one enemy constantly, I can target all three, weaken them, and then nuke them. And supercharge. Since 4 turns is a lot. By 4 turns, normally at least one enemy's dead, if not 2. I think 3 tier 5 ships would do it, though. Ow, that did a lot. Nuke is available. But, I think we're good. Let's keep doing stuff. Damage or heal over time. Disintegrate Hull, no, that did a lot. Oh, they did a panic move. I kind of wanted him to live a little bit longer just so I can get more healing out of this, which is why I'm going to do this. God, this music. Keep evading so I can get more health back. And the thing is gone. Alright, now kill him. How much damage did it do? I don't even know. It did several thousand. It was quite a bit. I want to see what Supercharge does to it, though. I'm not even sure if Supercharge affects it, since it's an epic ability. That kind of seems a little overpowered. But I mean, hey. Let's go over here. Oh, look at these little wimpy ships. It's a tier 1. Let's nuke them. We don't have nuke on this team. We have Singularity. Why do they have... It's a tier 4 and a tier 1 and a tier 1. What is this fight? Oh, also. As some of you know, we've been doing some spoopy time in Discord, watching Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight, I'm always on the lookout for like the alien episodes, because they're fun for me. Tonight, we're on an episode that's supposed to be one of the spookiest alien episodes of Unsolved Mysteries. Apparently, it's very, like, creepy. It mentioned it was like X-Files / Fire in the Sky creepy. If you've seen Fire in the Sky, the movie, then yeah. It's unsettling. So I'm looking forward to that. I wanted to save it for Friday, because maybe, since it's Friday, more people can maybe... We don't start until like 1 or 2 in the morning, Eastern time. So I figured more people might be able to join on a weekend day, like on a Friday. And we can watch the creepy alien stuff together. The episode is all about like UFO abductions and things. Like, again, that can be pretty creepy. Harpoon. I'm just kind of ignoring these guys. Oh no. That hurts so much. Unboosted Suicide Strike. Still killed. I don't have any AoE moves available yet, so we'll just start blasting. Complete overkill. Just a regular move, but it did like double his HP. And dead. And the aliens are running out of good ships, aren't they? That one's done. That one's done. So 2 fleets are actually targeting this, but I want to see what's on this. This has to be something. I think I already went there, but go ahead and go here. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 2. Yeah, we've run into like what's left of them. I should nuke them for fun. Go ahead. Do I really have to make sure they do less damage? I mean, look at them. I don't have the damage boost one, though, so... I mean, I might as well go through the paces. Just do what we normally do. Just an unboosted turn 1 suicide run. Let's do targeting first. Aura, what would you like to do? How about a brideside salvo on somebody? Oh no! They gooed him! Heal over time. It's the weaker heal over time, so I don't mind using that right now. Bum, 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 die. They're certainly picking on our science vessel this time. Wow, what a fight. I think these fleets are still kind of powerful, though. Yeah, 5-4-4, 4-2 kind of sucks. 5-5-4. Oh, they have 2 of the defensive ones. Oh, that's going to be annoying. That's going to be pretty annoying. What we got? Tier 4, Tier 3, Tier 2. Remnant, you don't even have to do the boost. Just start killing. Well, an unboosted suicide run with vulnerable does about 4k, so it'll kill this one. If I can put vulnerable on it. Yeah, targeting support. It isn't nearly as good as boosting. The boost does like 150 extra % damage, while this does only like 25. But it's something. It's more simple. Oh yeah, they're gonna be good. Good dodges. Damage over time you. Suicide run you, you're dead. Unless I get a super low roll. Truly, yeah, just provoke him. Well, they're slowed. I don't think it really matters. This might kill them both. The damage over time finished them off. Huzzah! Immediate second fight. These look even worse. Tier 3, Tier 2, yeah. Okay. It's kind of sad. How about just an unboosted suicide run right off the bat? Yeah, let's just do targeting. Just so we knock him out in one hit. Julie, harpoon him. Now they're definitely dead. It does nothing. No, the goo. Again, the damage over time is based on the attack of the vessel, so it's not that bad. And you're dead. Exploit. Exploit. Alright, so Julie can only exploit crew panic, and that's it. That's fine. Just damage is fine. This will probably kill him. And then a nice bullseye, which almost killed in one hit. Just and dead. Gained Maverick. Mist is now a Maverick. Space combat damage plus 10%. She's a science vessel, so that's not super great, but it's something. That was down here. Over here. Where's my other fleet? Hold on. One is here, one is here. Okay, yeah, one's here. Let's see what's going on over here. If there's anything left in this space to do besides just continuously fighting small fleets, it's going to be what's on this planet, because they're guarding it with this. 2 tier 5 big defensive things that are hard to mess with. Crew Panic is easy to do on them. And this one, Hull Breach, is easy to do. Okay. I think I'm going to nuke them. I think I'm just going to, like, soften them up a little bit and then supercharge and then nuke. It won't kill them unless I get them down to, like, probably 4k, half their health, but I'm still doing it. So do not use supercharge. If I use it, I won't be able to use it before... I'll have to wait like 2 extra turns. So let's just do this normal boost. I would wait to use that too to see how much it does with supercharge plus this. But this is nice to just be able to whittle them down a little bit more. Right-side salvo. Alright, they do not like aura. Ow, that did a lot for some reason. Let's do one more heal over time. That's all I have left on that. Alright, we're waiting 2 or 3 more turns. Let us... This... That did nothing. Ramming speed. Get some damage going. Jeebus has been gooed. So I believe this will be available on the next turn. Or, no, I'm probably miscalculating. I think in order to time it correctly, I think I'm gonna have to just gonna wait until it's available and then waste a turn using supercharge. I don't want to chance it. Like, it looks like it's been going down by 3s because you have, like, the 3 triangle things. Kind of, but I don't trust it. Missile Swarm. Shield Disruptor. Again, softening them up a little bit. Ship maneuvers. God, we have messed this one ship up just by... Oh! Ooh! Ooh! That's not great. Hey, Jeebus. You might die because of Hull Breach. If it procs while you're in critical, you might be dead. You also have... Oh, you have 2 damage over times. Uh-oh. Well... Good. I was hoping they wouldn't proc until Ninja can go. Awesome, you're fine. Go ahead and tune up for some extra health. Go ahead and give us another heal on you. And then we do the boosted nuke. Yeah! Honorable combat. It did 6 and 7k. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now we have 2 more fights to do, but none of them are that hard. Tier 4, yeah, we're fine. I am getting a little low on heals. Aura has a few backup heals, but we do have 2 more. We have this fight and 1 more. We gotta be careful here. We're out of nukes. It was 6 and 7. There was 1 6 and 2 7s. Yeah, we have... Oh, wow, I didn't realize how much heals he has. He has heals for himself He has a heal over time for anybody, and he has a direct heal. That's a lot of heals for an engineer. I can probably take one of those off. Ninja has good heals, so I probably don't need that many heals on him. I can go more offensive. Probably. Ah, the gooing. This requires a warm-up, so I can't do it yet. Damage over time, you. Go ahead and cloak. Go ahead and tune up. Gets rid of the goo plus... Oh, and I'm right back where I started. Let us do a heal over time. That's a pretty good one. Let's just kill something. This should... Even unboosted, this might kill. Wow, that was terrible. I feel like that was a combination of not boosted and just a bad roll. Good dodges. Strafing run should kill him and also... Nope, it only worked on him. That's okay. Sensors down. I believe Jeebus... Was it Jeebus that has a move that hits sensors down? I'll have to check. Sensors down, sensors down. Yeah, it wasn't you. Defense back up. Let's see. Sensors down. There it is. All enemies exploit sensors down. They both have it too. Not bad. Good roll. That was that exact? That might have been exact. It was very close. So we do have one more fight after this. We need to make sure we're not in terrible shape here. Ramming speed. This might just kill. And fight number 3, which hopefully leads us to a mission, because they... Oh, I forgot the last one is just a 4 and a 2. Oh, too bad I don't have my nuke available anymore. Self-vulnerable. Oh, they're angry. We're good again. Damage over time, you. Yeah, go for it. Just, I probably don't need it. That basically goes from 4K to 6K. I don't really need it, but it does guarantee the kill if I get a super low roll, I guess. Hi. And suicide run, this should kill. Oh yeah. Would have killed at full health. Okay, there should be something here if they were guarding it. Aura gained Ace Pilot. Really? Nothing? There were 3 fleets guarding this planet. I guess there's nothing. Oh, are we just in the endgame now? I thought there'd be more stuff left. Like there'd be more stuff over here, but I guess not. Everyone, return home. Wait, oh. The Churl convoy consists of several transports containing various Churl limbs and organs. While its purpose is hard to ascertain, it seems to be split into 2 segments. One of the convoy segments contains various adrenal organs. while the other is a mess or arteries, or mess of arteries. Let's attack the gland one. Patrol convoy defense force swoops in to defend its precious glands. My precious glands. Oh, why was it this fleet that got attacked? This is actually kind of bad. Tier 5, Tier 5, Tier 4, and we're kind of weak. I only have 2 direct heals left. I mean, we have heals and aura as well, but we're kind of a little beat up. No nuke left. One of these big defensive guys again. This is the bigger threat, probably. No, this one is. Okay. Cloak. Let's do big damage to one of them. You. Go ahead and heal. Aura can heal himself. He has more heals. Let's go ahead and do damage over time, you. I did nothing. Supercharge. Ow. Also, ow. Heal. Wasn't the best heal, but it's better than dying. Let us go ahead and drop a heal over time, since 2 of us are half health. And now let's suicide run this guy. It won't kill. It'll do a lot, though. That was kind of a... That seemed like a bad roll. Which isn't great for me. Inflict vulnerable. Exploits vulnerable. That'll probably do like, what, 2k maybe? This exploits sensors offline, which 2 of the others have. Do this one first. It's alright, we still have damage, we still have a heal over time on, so I'm not worried about that too much. Do this. Only worked on one of them. Good. Now what do we do? Ramming speed. That did nothing. That must have been a super bad roll. Now that we're down an enemy, we can kind of take our time and boost up. 2 of us are panicked, so that means we're going to do dumb stuff, probably. You're panicked, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Damage over time. Oh, oh, Jeebus panicked supercharge, which means they have vulnerable on now. That's not great. But they also have... Oh, they don't have cloak either, so they're full health, though. Good dodge. Okay, now we just kill. I don't have ramming speed up. It would have been nice because it exploits ship the engines down. Whoops. Broadside salvo. That also did nothing. Our damage is not great right now. We're kind of just picking them apart. That works. Yay, we get something I probably won't use. Dark matter and 1 morale. Hey, Jeebus gained fast and furious. I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Ship combat speed +3. Everyone return. There's no point in fighting in here. Oh, a new mission. Wait. See, I wish the missions are supposed to be in here, but it's not showing up. Okay, somebody come over here. Which is the fleet that isn't the most damaged? First fleet. Mimikyu pretty hurt, but still has 4 heals left, and the other 2 are fine. Let's send the first fleet. I can't. Okay. I guess I'll just come back home first. Our fleet and Trill space have detected what looks like a Trill facility. Our fleet has picked up a new kind of Trill equipment spawning facility, similar to the Trill Spire, but orientated around producing Trill ship organs. It may be possible for us to beam directly into it and steal some of the Trill bioweapons. Of course we're going to beam down to the surface. Primordial, Ancient... Primordial, that's not great. We have 1 healer. That's good. Ninja's a good healer on the ground. Aura kind of sucks in ground combat, and so does Jeebus. So this is going to be a bad fight. You have Sabotage 3. Aura has 1 good move. That's it. I am going to immediately do blood... Well, maybe I should wait until we're a little more hurt to do blood drive. Combat stims. No bad effects. Good. Yeah, we're doing... Uh-oh. Jeebus is going to die. It's Ninja's turn next. She can heal him. Do my 1 good move. Go ahead and heal. That heal has a cooldown time, by the way. I can't heal again for a bit. Jeebus, what do you have? Kamikaze. All a bunch of 1. Point Blank 2, which exploits Confused. Sabotage 3, which exploits Exposed. Shrapnel, which is only level 1, but causes bleed on everybody, potentially. Do Stealth. Increase your evasion. Now Aura has nothing good left, besides maybe being able to slow somebody down, which they're already slowed. So I got nothing. I could put Exposed on somebody. Or it won't work. That works too. Let's do Blood Drive for healing. Okay, both Jeebus and Aura got Transfusion. Nice. Exploits, it didn't work. Inflicts bleeding. Yeah, do that. Only worked on 1, but it was the one that has the most health. I will accept that. Aura is kind of down to, like, not great stuff. Yep. I'm going to do Transfusion, so it guarantees Ninja to have it, so all 3 of us will have it. We're just taking the blood of our enemies and drinking it. Ninja's in trouble. I can't heal yet, so hopefully Transfusion gets her some health. Something should probably die. Single, 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 all. I'll do this just to kill this one and do damage. Works for me. Can't heal yet, unfortunately. This is actually kind of bad. Unless I get healed by this before they attack, Ninja could die. I could do this to do decent damage because it exploits Shocked, but I don't want to take Shocked off. It's what's making them slow right now. Inflicts Confusion. Ninja was not healed. If they attack Ninja next turn, she could die. And there's nothing I can do. I could kill it, though. But, unfortunately, Jeebus has nothing that it does enough damage to kill. Well, what if I do Kamikaze? There is like a 5% chance it kills. Charges recklessly at the enemy and gain increased damage, but reduce aim and damage resist. I think it's worth it. Go for it. There's a very small, and well, still a high roll. They went for a heal move instead. That's good. Because now I can heal myself. Okay. Ball lightning. My only good move that Aura has. Let's go. Make them... What's their bleed thing? 0? Good. Alright, they're enraged, which means they're going to do a ton of damage to us now. Battle Stems. No negative effects. Let's bleed you. 90, 90, 100. This has a chance of killing that one. I'm going to take it. Got it. And now we just mop up. That was kind of scary. 2 people almost died. But we're good. Ninja with her blood skills. The away mission is a success with your team recovering a fascinating, though stomach-churning piece of fleshy equipment. We got some kind of projector equipment that's level 5. That sounds kind of promising. Probably is a negative, though. Now, there is a ship coming down here to fight our friends, but we will go fight them. I need to pay attention. The game is no longer telling me what missions I have. I know there's a mission down here, but I also need to help these guys. Oh, let's also save the game before it crashes. It crashed once yesterday, and I lost some progress. Alright. Let us send somebody over here for this. I don't know who to send. I don't think it really matters, so let's send... Who is the most diplomatic person we have? I still say Julie. Probably. I'm not sure if the mission is diplomatic, but... Human Commander! We have a job that might warm the cockles of your weak-kneed milksop heart. It is a peace mission, though in saying so I must resist the urge to yank out my tongue. Oh. A peace mission? Firstly, due to its nature as a peace mission, we must never allow any mention of it to travel outside the communication. Zlar society requires a steadfast belief in swift, brutal oppression in order to function coherently, and therefore, the Zlar Yulthu cannot be seen as having an ounce of empathy or understanding. No excuses! However, we have been put in a difficult situation. Now, as the youngest prince of the Yanthu ruling family is a disgusting... He's gonna say pacifist, isn't he? Moron? Yably? Puddle of amorphous liquid? Dumb? No. A musician. Oh, it's even worse, they're a bard. And a talented one at that. And unfortunately, he feels the need to show the universe his talent in thoughtful ways such as, playing to asteroid mine slaves. Which would be tolerable if said asteroid mines weren't subsequently attacked by the Troll. Putting the Yanthu Directorate in the position of being both unable to ignore his danger for fear of disgracing the genetic line, but also unable to save him from without publicity condoning his behavior. So you need us as a neutral party to save him. Yes, we need a milksop race with a milksop task. Understandably, you are our first choice. Do you wish to attempt to save him? Sure. Excellent. I will report this to the royal family. For plausible deniability, we request you deposit him on Zlar 4 inside an unanimous sack. We will then pay you discreetly. Commander, the Zlar musician prince is currently trapped on a mining platform in the Messier system. We should rescue him immediately. Your fleet arrives near the mining platform currently holding the Zlar musician prince captive. Freshly strewn around the station, still floating, are the billboards and decorations announcing his presence. Oh, it's a ground mission. That's fine. Mist also has the same stuff that Ninja has, so a lot of healing. And Julie has the ability to increase our defense and heal herself. And provoke. And Remnant has some good stuff too. Mostly only, I mean, they're all 2s, that's nice. And then Sabotage 3. How hard is this going to be? Battle Stems. No negatives. Remnant Stealth. Julie laughs at that. Miss does not. That actually hurt quite a bit. All right, it's kind of early for Blood Drive because if people have full health, they're not going to take effect. They're going to get the effect of it. Let us just we'll use Transfusion since she's hurt. How is your bleed stuff? 0, 0, 80. Don't do it on them. Once again, Julie laughs at the attempt to hurt her. This is only level 1 Ghost Pepper Bomb, but it does damage over time, which is kind of nice to put on everybody. And 2 resisted it. All right. Miss only level 3 attacking move. Might as well use it. It didn't work. Anything else that I can do that won't work? Inflicts blind. Bleeding. Got the other one. That didn't feel great. I'm going to provoke. Because I get defense from that. And I have the heal available to heal Julie. I'm also going to use Blood Drive to get some random... all 3 of us got it. And Miss now has double. That's really good. No one's confused. I could Kamikaze, since I have Stealth on. Yep. Remnant has an increase to his damage, and with Stealth, he's less likely to be hit. Mind Toss. Again, I can heal Julie if I have to. Good. Remnant has an ability that takes advantage of confusion. This should do some decent damage. Yep, that was really good. The transfusion just completely negated all damage we had, besides a little bit of Julie's. Battle Stems. No negatives. There's always the chance. I'll just kill him. Again, Julie kind of laughs that off. Bleed. Mind Toss does good single target damage. I mean, they're already done. They won't get to go again. Phew. Good job, team. Not only is the team is pretty good on the ground. Mist has great healing stuff. It is a little random, but Julie can provoke and up everyone's defense, and Remnant can cloak, and then he basically do Remnant stuff. He can cloak and power himself up. It's kind of the same thing as in space, cloak and supercharge. So it's very similar builds on the ground. Commander, we successfully extracted the Zlar musician prince. For his safety, we have administered a memory wipe and placed him securely in the anonymous sack the Zlar directorate provided. Let's put him in a sack. And then, what if I just didn't return him home? What if there was a cool, like, option for this quest, where if you went back to base with him, he just stayed there with you? Excellent, Commander! We've intercepted your, drugs, and we have submitted you our payment. The drugs seem to be in good condition, and the royal family is happy to have their drugs back. Yes. Alright. You guys go home. We need someone to go help them. And here comes one more. Alright, so somebody go beat up these guys. How hard is this? 444. Easy. Now, Third Fleet still needs experience. So any fight we do now should probably just be Third Fleet. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. I keep forgetting they're not Third Fleet anymore. Aura and Mist need experience. Aura is Third Fleet, but Mist is Second Fleet now. So either second or third. We'll do third. And wherever that's going, we'll send the second. We hold him captive, but he's nice. They're basically Klingons, and the prince is like the one Klingon who doesn't want to be a Klingon. They're the Klingon who wants to be a scientist, or they're the Krogan who wants to be an engineer and not a warrior. It happens. They can just join us. They can play music. He can play music for us. Up our morale a little bit, even though it's already at 100, I think. Bum, 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 bum. We really don't need a super big hit here, but since we're here, I mean, since it's there, might as well do it. All right, Aura, the first thing you're going to do is put vulnerable on one of them. And get a little extra damage on him. This should just kill. I shouldn't have to supercharge. Yeah. And save the ramming speed. Good. Damage over time. Ow! That did so much. Well, Aura's not feeling fantastic, but that's okay because we have healing on the way. Yeah. And we'll go ahead and ramming speed this guy to obliterate him. Not effective. Oh, it worked on all three of us. That's kind of annoying. He'll get one more turn. Probably. Most likely. Yeah, he will. Or I could just nuke him. I could just nuke the last enemy. That's incredibly not worth it. But we are going, you know what? You know what? We are going back home after this. We're only here to fight this one fight. I mean... Sir, the Captain Jeebus, we've taken out the two strongest of their fleet. There's only one at like half health. What should we do? Launch the nuke. But sir... do as I say. We'll say it killed. The hull breach finished him off. The head of the Yoko Yabling Merchant Guild chapter, with a bluntness bordering on rudeness, offered you a reward for saving the facility. I want diplomacy, please. Oh, Aura now has bonus damage against the Churl. Jeebus now has bonus resistance versus the Churl. Alright, back home, we need more nukes. Going back to get a nuke. These guys are going to go attack the collective. Let's send the second fleet in, so we can get Mist a little experience. And we'll just wait for them. Is there anything I can do here? We have other stuff we can build, right? Not really. We've built everything. What about in the foundry? Oh yeah, I was going to build some of these med kits for the final battle. Let's build a few med kits. Jay, build a med kit, please. Hopefully it gives you more than one, but it's probably just one. Oh, I know what else we can do. We can research the tier 5 ship things. We haven't done that yet. I'm going to research all of them. All of... I can only do one at a time, though. Can I build... I can't build another one, can I? It doesn't allow you to build more than one. No, okay. How long will this take with certain people? Mimikyu, it takes 6 days. Jay, only 3 days, but he's busy right now. It only takes 3 days with Julie. She'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, Julie can do it. We'll just, like, rapid fire these with Julie. So the second fleet is going to be grounded for a little bit. When she gets back. Well, that's the third fleet, isn't it? No, that's the second fleet. Never mind. Yeah, when she gets back, we'll have her do that. Or when Jay is done, whichever is faster. Okay. What do you say we use Singularity this time? It does good damage, plus damage over time, plus a lot of status effects, as you can see. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Donatello. Oh, let's do Cloak. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Julie, I will have you provoke. Ha. That wasn't that much damage at all. Damage over time, you. Super... Nope, that was targeting support, not supercharged. Whatever, that might be enough. Yeah, with that amount of health, that should be enough. It'll probably do like 5,000 with the supercharge bonus. You have Hull Breach on. That's gonna add up. That's gonna add up quickly. I'm gonna play the safe game and just take that off. Remnant, kill them. Yep. That was a low roll too, considering I had this on. We've seen without this it does that much, so that was a low roll. So you call that a singularity? Wait until you see this. Look at all those status effects. Also damage over time. They're already dead. Miss just Liara'd them. Embrace eternity. We already have 100% diplomacy. I could take the crew. I guess I will. I don't need them. Guess. Oh, that was what that was. Okay. So you guys come back. Jay finished. I could... Okay, hold on. Show location. Jay and Julie are both very fast at doing these upgrades. These upgrades could be essential in the boss fight, because they give you good stuff, like aim and speed bonuses, hull and damage bonuses. This is good stuff. I can only do one at a time, unfortunately. You do that. And since Julie's back now, at least I think she's back already, make another one of these big med kits. Oh, it only takes Ninja 1 day. He is a biologist. That kind of does make sense. Commander, Ninja has finished construction of the thing. Make another one. Each of whatever fleet we decide to send into the mothership fight, each one will have a big medkit as a just in case. Now, can ships only equip one piece of equipment or more than one? Oh, it's max of 2. Okay. We could do 2 medkits, or we could do a medkit and something. I'll look into it. Notice how I haven't been using any of this stuff. I've kind of been ignoring it. I don't like the negatives, but some of these don't have negatives. But they're also a one-time use thing. Yep, there's... Oh, it gives you 3. Oh, that's good. Or I already have 1 and that produced me... Yeah, it's only 2. Okay. Omega Drones, heal. Omega Drones 3, heal. 2, 1... I just don't like the negatives. And these all have negatives. Yeah. I might just do a bunch of heals. Too bad I can't build more than one foundry. Ninja's done. We're a little low on dark matter, and I need dark matter to do the ship upgrades. So we will wait on that. We're going to let our dark matter collect. Because of that, I'm going to stick somebody in the dark matter room. I kind of want to use me or, well, yeah, me or blue because we're just doing nothing. But that means I can't do level 5. I can only do 4. That's fine, but I won't be interrupted. So 12 days, 7 days. I will do that. I can build more of these, however. And since I'm waiting on dark matter to build medkits, I'll build another one. Blue can go in that one. In fact, I'll just pick one of our fleets and use them to do level 5. They can just stay at home. In fact, I'm going to build more than one. Hold on. I have all the space to build. There. One fleet can just, of 13s, can just be doing this constantly. And show location. Then we'll do the next one. We'll just go down the list. Making all our tier 5 ships better. Waiting on experience. Aura is almost level 13. Okay, Aura is only going to have 4 points total now. These 3 plus 1 more at 13. No, he gets 2 more at 13. Yeah, so he's going to have 5 points. Where are those 5 points going? Well, I could take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could pick up my my tune-up. Or I could do the repair over time that works on teammates as well as himself. That way I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. That could work. What is this? Ramming speed's kind of nice too. Where's the salvo thing? Where is the salvo ability? Do I already have? That's just that. That's ball lightning. Is there no level 3 to this? Or is that what this is? That's what that is. Okay. I kind of want to give him these to make his ground powers not so terrible. I kind of like the heal on teammates rather than the self-heal. How about this? We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then do this to make some of his starting ground moves a 2 instead of a 1. I think that's good. So let's work towards this. And then this, that gives him ramming speed 2, and it makes his punch better. And then we'll get, yeah, we go this way. I kind of like this better. More of a team thing. Good. And then we'll do this, and then this with the final 2 points. Missed! What was I doing with you? You have 3 points left. I could say screw this stuff and take this and this. I don't like ship maneuvers, though. Kind of meh. What's this do? Oh, that's just a health plus 200. I kind of like that. And the why don't I have that already? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to take... Yeah, we're going to take this with this point. And with the last 2 points, we're going to take this and give us the defense plus 15 thing. Yeah, this is just great to take. And then we'll do boop and boop. Cool. Oh, the dark matter multiplier is now online. Show location. Which fleet? Oh, first fleet. Because second and third fleet have people that need experience. Also, J is... Well, that's okay. It'll be me, and the two other people in the first fleet, which is Mimikyugi and Scandy. Mimikyugi, you will get into here and make us some dark matter. And then Scandy will also make us some dark matter. And it's repeatable, it just keeps going. And Jay will continue to do this. So basically, First Fleet is now grounded for stuff. Also, Remnant's almost level 14. What the? Ninja is actually one battle away from being level 14. How did that happen? Okay. Somehow Ninja is the most leveled up character now. And they'll get a free extra point. I think it might have been Remnant. Somebody was 1 point away. It was Remnant from getting something good. If he gets to level 14, he gets that extra point. That's kind of nice. And he is in Second Fleet, so he will be getting more experience because I need experience with Mist. Kind of wish I could just queue these. Oh, it takes... Oh, that's right. They're different depending on the ship design. Well, since Jay's an engineer, we'll do the 2 engineer ones. Is anything happening out here? Anything happening out here? The collective is under attack by a Vorash ship. I'm just not going to care. That's their thing. You don't want to deal with it? Go ahead. That's a collective problem. Yep, there it is. I caught it before they even told me. Nope. That's a you thing. I'm not going to intervene. I'm friends with both of them, so I don't want to intervene. If an ally attacks another ally, I don't want to pick sides. You could just do whatever you want. I'm here to make sure it doesn't get worse. Like if one side surrenders and the other side's like, no, you all die, then I might be like, no genocide. Take like whatever you wanted and just leave. Commander, the collective claims to have an interesting proposition awaiting us on the planet, some form of augmentation for our officers. Oh boy. Who should I send? Well, tier 1 is busy right now, so tier 2 or tier 3? Tier 2. Oh, here comes the ship I have to fight eventually. Commander, always nice to see you. You're looking well, considering the whole near extinction of the human race thing. Maybe it brings out the best in you. Now, on the topic about bringing out the best in humans, I have a nifty idea for a bio-implant, cognition enhancer. I'd love to try it out on one of your officers. Is it safe? Biologically, it should be extremely safe. I've tested it on hundreds of husks, and physically, there was no real effect other than a slight uptick in metabolism. Now, there was a psychological side effect unique to my husks, and that is what it would amplify several of their more base, selfish desires, which actually led to a riot in one of my colonies. But seeing as your officers are already somewhat independent thinking creatures, that threat should be 100% mitigated. So what do you say? Want to give it a shot? Don't worry about payment, it's on me. Sure. Just pick an officer who isn't too squeamish or jumpy, or too picky with things darting semi-haphazardly around their heads. Who wants the upgrade? Well, we're already here. Does Remnant, Julie, or Mist want the upgrade? You know what? Mist is chaotic enough that she would probably get the upgrade. Hey, we need someone to volunteer to have some alien thing shoved into their head. Mist is just like, me. I can see that. Sure, why not? Technically, Mist isn't human. She's some kind of, like, green alien. I'm not sure. Well, they have the same eyes as the, where are they? Which one is it? The Corzan? Or the Yabling? I can't remember. So technically not human, but they're a biological life form. They weren't asking for a human. They were asking for, like, a living thing. So that works. When the Zlar were like, hey, we need a human for this, it wouldn't have made sense to give them Mist because she's not human. It probably still would have worked, though. All right. All of the engineer stuff is done. Which means... Well, the tier 3 fleet is still here, right? I can just use the tier 3 fleet. Like Jeebus. You can do that. You can do all the tactical ones. Patrol have infiltrated the repair bay. Oh no. Who's not doing something? I'm going to use Ninja because Ninja is a guaranteed healer. It could pull Jay. It could pull Aura. It could pull Blue. It could pull... That's it. Okay. So yeah, just to guarantee I have a healer. I wish you could pick if you had multiple options. We have Jay, Aura, and Ninja. Aura still kind of sucks at ground combat. This is all he has. Everything else is kind of meh. This might get Ninja to level 14. Also, it'll get Aura some experience, too. All right, first things first, Battle Stem. Okay. Ball Lightning, because it's the only thing Aura can do. And it has a cooldown of 4. Aura not feeling great. Jay actually has a few good things. They're already slowed. I wish someone had Afflicted. Let's try to inflict Exposed on you. Good. Random healing. Did not work on Aura. Oh, why are your moves so bad? Now, Kirkish Haymaker was made a little better. But it still does less than this. All enemies can stun, 50% chance. Stun is 0, stun is 0, stun... Ooh, go for it. Got 2 of them. But not the one that has the Enraged Rabid bonus thing. I'm gonna heal Aura. Their slowdown is still in effect. This hits everybody, but it's kind of weak. I'll use it just because it's something. Mind Toss. Good. The Enraged thing is dead. Why are these things so slow? I know I have the slow on, but these things are super slow. They haven't gone in a while. We're really fast. Ball Lightning is almost back up. Nothing has a chance to kill, but this will do some good damage. 73 health. This has a pretty good chance of killing. And with this, it might be guaranteed. Unless the exploit... No. The exploit... I was going to say maybe the exploit is already reflected in the damage, but I haven't picked a target yet. If one has exploit and one doesn't, it wouldn't show me. So yeah, it doesn't show it. Ball Lightning to refresh the slowdown. Also good damage. Kirkish Haymaker. Well, that was fine. I wonder if the boss fight is going to be us going onto the mothership and having to fight like a really hard ground boss fight. That might be bad. We'll have to make sure we have some good people. Ninja and Mist, I think, are the best ground healers because they have like the random healing plus the transfusion plus the regular healing. So we might want to go with either the if I can pick like fleet to fight in space and then fleet to land, that'd be nice. If I can't, that means the second or third fleet is the best fleet for that. First Fleet is the best to fight in space, I think, overall. Maybe. Ninja gained Fleet of Foot. And also probably leveled up. Yes! Ninja's level 14. We could have Ninja take the more offensive consular training. Is there anything else worth taking? We could take Crit plus 2.5. We could take Battle Stims 3 and Blood Drive 3. That would make her a better ground combative. I kind of like that for a potential boss fight on the ground. That's not bad. Invasive Surge, I kind of like that. And if I manage to get to level 15 somehow, we could take some other stuff. Hey, Miss, you done getting that thing jammed into your head yet? No, still working on it, I see. There was... Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm going to have to fight this thing, too. Go ahead and send... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are they attacking the same... They are. How does that going to work? So I thought I'd give you the heads up about an interesting development that has taken place over here. You know my flesh husks? The one who pilot my ships? And do my every bidding? I think you have them too, but you call them officers. Yep. Somehow the churl were able to possess a number of mine. How embarrassing is that? Did it occur to you that maybe the churl gave them their freedom? That is not possible. These were all recent builds. You see, after that nerve shredder runaway Savak, I introduced an update that would drive any flesh husk insane if they were ever unceremoniously ripped from the synthesized paradise I provide them with and thrust into the devastating reality of actual existence. So no issue there. But I did contact you to talk about me. I didn't, whatever. But rather to inform you that they're coming your way. We'll handle them. And certainly don't worry about eradicating them or anything. Plenty more where they came from. That all? Now, I would stick around, but I really should try to figure out where that weak spot is in my Husk defenses. Presumably it's on the biological side. I know, I shouldn't rely so much on human specimens. Still, old habits die hard. Anyway, thanks for being so understanding. There's a lot going around in the collective right now. There's the Yavash whatever guys, and there's the churl attacking them. Now there's a fleet coming to my base. Matador. So you're doing that. You're coming to our base. So right now, the third fleet is busy because Jeebus is busy. The second fleet is doing this. So we only have the first fleet to defend ourselves against that. Kind of a waste of experience, though. Commander, the facility at Alpha is under attack by the... God, why? Come on. Why do they keep doing that? I'm trying to wait for Jeebus to be done, but I guess we just have to waste some experience. How long does he have? Where is it? 1 day. We can take a little bombardment until the third fleet's ready to attack. I know. Just waiting for Jeebus to be done. Commander, a shuttle... Yeah, I know. Commander, the collective is... Come on! There's so much stuff happening with them. An emergency message about the bioimplant surgery, patching it through now. Commander, I've got great news. And not fantastic news. The great news is that the bioimplant went swimmingly. They're working great. And the scarring is going to heal very nicely. However, the not fantastic news is that when your officer woke up, the adrenaline coursing through their primitive body sent them into a period of intense physical anger, which resulted in the plowing through half a dozen husks in exactly one laboratory wall, which would be fine, but next door there are several shrill waiting to be experimented on. On the other hand, this is a good opportunity for you to test out your officer's enhanced combat abilities. Mist went a little crazy. Just a little adrenal crazy. But it's fine. Oh, these things are pretty weak. We should be okay. All right. First thing we're going to do is stealth on Remnant. Missed. Not that one. Combat stims. Not like you need them right now, but Julie, defense. This is a pretty good team for ground combat. Julie having provoke and up a deep. This second fleet might be the best for ground combat. Random healing, a little early for that, but I'll just do it. All right, 2 of us got it. Kamikaze. It's like supercharged, but it's actually an attack, and then they get the bonus on top of that. I'm betting the bonus isn't nearly as good. Provoke. Let's put a big bullseye on her chest. Yeah, these guys are not tough at all. Just go ahead and kill that one. And we win. Well, that was interesting. And don't worry about the wall. As you can probably tell, my labor costs aren't particularly pricey. As for the Skrill, I'm sure the Yabling are going to have a sale on new specimens soon enough. Can I have Mist back now? Are we good? Can we leave? Well, you're going to have to go deal with these guys. Which probably means dealing with both of their fleets, because they're just not fighting each other. Okay. And now, the third fleet can come out and help fight this thing. I kind of let myself get hurt a little bit, but it'll be healed. I'll make sure we're at full health before the boss fight happens. Oh, look at these cool looking ships. Tier 5, Tier 5, Tier 5. That's a little scary. We still have a Tier 4 ship. This could get Aura enough experience to get to tier level 5, though. That'd be good. Alright, do less damage. It doesn't matter if you evade it. I can just do it again. And it costs nothing. Stop evading it! There. That is kind of dumb. Why make it Why make it be a missable thing when you could just do it over and over and over again? All right, we're definitely going after this ship first. This one does more damage. Maybe I should go after this one, but this one looks to be an annoying ship. I bet it has some annoying stuff, but this does more damage. Let's just go after that one, I guess. They're getting a bunch of buffs. That's not good. Ow, 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 ow. So every time I give them a debuff, they get this, which increases their resistance to it, so I can't put it back on later for a while. That is okay. Exploit. Do I have anything that exploits? Inflicts hull breach. Oh, yeah, go for it. Let's guarantee the kill. I'm gonna heal up to get rid of the hull breach. All right, Jeebus, I would like you to suicide run this one. This will probably... Yeah. Barely, but it did. That is a big threat out of the way. Targeting support. Not nearly as good as supercharge, but it affects everybody. Let's go ahead and do this to him. That ship has a lot of evasion. What is your evasion? 35%? Oh, good. And I can't crew panic them to lower it to negative 100 because it's 100. Okay, well, you're going to be annoying. Can you dodge a nuke? Can you dodge a nuke, I wonder? Can you do it? Should I wait for supercharge to be back up? Or should I? I'm just going to nuke him right now. We have the targeting support. That's a little bit. Yeah! Didn't dodge that. And just finish them off before they do something dumb. We're pretty healthy. We're right next to the base, so we could just go back to heal immediately. I'll just I'll just do offensive stuff. And I missed. Their evade is 35%, not 100. Stop dodging my stuff. I'll just supercharge. They can heal themselves and dodge. This is going to get annoying if I don't just kill them. Ramming speed. Go ahead and heal Aura just in case. It'd be very embarrassing if I lost somebody in this fight. We have supercharge available. What should I do to them? Well, Suicide Run is on cooldown. Backstab is pretty good. This does more, but this could stun. What's your stun thing? 0. Oh. Yeah. If I don't miss. Awesome. Been a while since I could stun something. Can I kill them? I don't think so. Crit? Doesn't matter. I can kill them next turn. Damage over time. I'm kind of glad they're not my enemy, because they're kind of annoying to fight. Okay. Everybody come home. Well, fight these guys. Alright, Remnant, Cloak. We'll get some experience for fighting these battles. Julie, I would like you to, not surprisingly, provoke. This is like the well-oiled crew. We know what we're doing every turn. Kind of. Supercharge. I'm gonna drop a heal over time, just in case. Got plenty of them. Good dodge. Normally tanks are pretty slow and can't dodge that well. It's nice that Julie can dodge sometimes. Did not work on any of them. Suicide Run. Obliterate. 7K. Why? Every time. I hate when they dodge when they have reflective armor on. I mean, look, if my option was take 100% damage and reflect half, or just take no damage, I think taking no damage is better. It's just kind of annoying to see. They like actually attack the person who has it on, and they dodged. And reflect, and you, yep, good job. We did it. Yep, and we have to fight them too. This is the annoying ship that can like instantly heal friendly ships. I'm killing you first. I didn't want to fight these guys because it's going to lower my diplomacy with them, but they were in the same exact place as the other fleet attacking them. So I don't have a choice. Oh well. The diplomacy will be 80 then. Oh, I didn't do the free Donatello buff. Oh, well. There it is. It has begun. Harpoon you. And just, I don't need to boost it. This would be way worse if they were tier 5 ships. And actually had a full fleet. Bye. Bye, diplomacy. Yeah, the Collective loves us already, so that was kind of... I guess I didn't have to do that. The Collective are grateful you helped save their colony. However, the Vorash are not very happy you intervened. They were in my way. I wanted to fight the Churl, not them. Now it's down to 80. Whatever. And then, of course, there's the one still attacking my space. Commander, a situation has arisen on the station. The cadets are dissatisfied with the level of training. There are even whispers that you're purposely doing this to result in higher casualties to satisfy your own twisted desires. I'm not Brock Shepard. This isn't my Mass Effect playthrough. A show of interest in their well-being might be necessary to build some trust. Cadet Barracks. Oh, I mean, I can just... Yeah, I'll train them. I don't care. I could have been doing this before. Improve firing drills. Sure. There you go. Happy? Aura is so close to being done. I'm actually going to fight them with Third Fleet, and that should get him to level 13. And we're back to the annoyance of fighting these guys with big ships. Ugh. I'm definitely killing the middle ship first. I think it's nuke time. This is a job for a nuke. Also, I might even do supercharged nuke. So let's just do other stuff right now. Let's just like do normal stuff. I'll cloak just to dodge something. All right, Aura, what would you like to do? Broadside salvo? It backfired and gave me vulnerable. That kind of sucks. And now they're eating the ship. At this point, we're kind of just stalling until we can do this. Yeah. How about... It'll be worn off by the time nuke is available. It already backfired once. I kind of don't want to do ramming speed. I'll do tune-up. It'll get rid of some stuff. Oh, they stunned me. That sucks. I think I can do supercharge this turn, and nuke should be available next. I think. I have to time it right. I'm pretty sure nuke will be available next turn. So I'll do supercharge this turn. pretty sure I timed it right. I should have used the other buff the previous turn. I should have used, basically it's wait 2 turns, the first turn, next turn, and then use this, and then use this, and then fire. Nuke! It's still kind of dumb, but hey. So Aura is now level 13. We shall give him some points. Again, we were talking about giving him these so he isn't so garbage in ground combat. Or, I want this. To make my heal over time move. We didn't use it, but it's a nice backup. So I could either take a ground combat point, or I could take this to make tune-up better. That's my choices. Those are my choices. Get level 2 for this stuff. What's the difference here? 49 to 80. I mean, that's not that big of a difference. And his other 2 teammates are actually pretty good at ground combat. Kind of. Jeebus is okay. Ninja's pretty good. But 175%. 150%. It's not that much better. Here, we'll do ground combat. We'll make his ground combat slightly less bad. Jeebus is also level 14. I did not see that coming. Well, that means we can actually take Backstab Maneuver 3 now. And Stealth 3. I wanted it. We got a free point by getting to level 14. Now Jeebus has what we wanted. So it looks like First Fleet is still doing the matter stuff. Oh, no one's been doing this, have they? I completely forgot. Oops. No one's available. 13 is the max for ships, but you can keep going, I guess. Acknowledged. Cadets bask in the glow of their heightened skills. They are a little too smug about it. Don't worry, a few deaths will fix that. Okay. So let's continue to do our tier 5 stuff. Remnant, I'd like you to do this. Come back. So we need Second Fleet to do stuff. Now, I did just put Remnant, who's in Second Fleet, on a thing, so I can't do anything with Second Fleet. That was kind of dumb. I should not use Remnant for that. So at this point, we're kind of just waiting to get our improvements done. I'm actually going to make another heal. Commander, Ninja is done. Only make one, though. I want to save enough for the rest of the upgrades. All right, let's use somebody else other than Remnant. Also, you get experience for doing this. I could use... I should use Mist for the science ship ones. It'll get her some free, easy experience. Remnant's actually almost level 14. And so is Jay. If I use Remnant for one more, he'd probably get to level 14. So why not? Second Fleet's going to be grinded anyway when I start using Mist for the science vessels, so... Human Commander, I am contacting you to report a great calamity. One of our Corazon fleets, a brave contingent of our best minds, has been possessed by the evil Churl. Yep, that can happen. We only realize now that we should have listened to our friend, the Human Commander. Unfortunately, we were a little busy basking in our period of blissful communal mind song to notice that again, the blissful mind song only comes twice a millennium. So bad timing all around. Oh, but where was I? Oh yes, the possessed fleet. Right as our brothers and sisters lost their faculties, the entire consensus was shaken with a vision. A massive, flesh-bound vessel, round in shape, surrounded by darkness. Then your station, a beacon of hope. With what all your little underlings doing their little tasks, and then a vision of the vessel once more, and then your station again. Then it sort of went back and forth quite a bit. And eventually we came to, and we noticed the fleet had gone, and had plotted an aggressive course for your station. Sure. I do foresee you being victorious in the upcoming battle. I also foresee that you will be quite magnanimous with your Corzon friends after this incident. Such an understanding race, you humans. Who wants to fight? Well, Fleet 2 can't fight because Remnant's busy. And Mist will get a bunch of experience by doing that. We'll use Fleet 1. I haven't been using them that much because they're already, like, maxed out. Oh. Well, that's right. They're doing the dark matter creation. That's fine. That's fine. Remnant's level 14 now. Yay. And we only have the science ships left. Mist. I require your assistance. Oh. You must be an admiral to do this, so that's not going to work out for me. Fine. Here's what I'm going to do. Bring them back. Ninja's already level 14. I'm going to have Mimikyu make these upgrades, so she can get closer to level 14 as well. Which means we will send the second fleet into battle to get experience for Mist. And we just wait. We wait for them to appear. I will save the game. I haven't saved in a while. Just in case the game decides to die on me. Alright. Mimikyugi's done. 3 more to go. How much experience did you get for that? A little bit. It's not terrible. It might actually get you to 14. By the way, Remnant, point. I can also give you backstab if you want. Or I could give backstab maneuver and stealth, which is good. Or I could give 1 ground power that leads towards another ground power. This is good. And then at the end, you have this. We're never going to make it that far. So backstab it is. Or do I give you better ground abilities? I could increase your ground abilities, 3 of them. This is probably more worth it. Remnant's on the same team as Mist, who is a great medic in ground battles, and Julie, who's a great tank. So, yeah, I think it works out. Also, this does help a ground ability as well. Yeah, that's fine. I wish there was a respec in this game. That'd be kind of nice. These guys, again. Gonna be annoying to fight. Again. Singularity time, since we're right at base. Just immediately shoot me. Cloak. Provoke. Now, Singularity only has a warm-up of 3 instead of 4. So, yeah, we're fine. We have plenty of time to do this. Donatello. Defense buff. Precognition. Aim plus 15. It's okay. Weapon supercharge. Who has the most health? You do. Oh, it didn't work. Vulnerable didn't work, so Suicide Run's not going to be as powerful this time. Aw. That means it won't kill. Well, it might kill. The supercharge kind of makes up for it. It might work. All right, Mist is taking a bit of damage. Suicide run on you. Yeah. I think they're immune to vulnerable, right? Yeah, they're pretty resistant to vulnerable. But not Hull Breach. One more turn and I can Singularity just for fun. Oh, right, I should probably heal you. Oh, they get to go 2 more times before I can heal her. That's not good. That's actually pretty bad. How about I backstab and stun somebody before Mimikyu or before Mist dies? That could be good. Please stun. Good. Good, we're fine. If both of them had attacked Mist, she could have died. But just one of them being stunned meant that we were fine. Worst case scenario, they put her into critical. How about a nice... Well, my attack moves are a little limited. Oh, how about Dark Matter Storm? Yeah. Now they have a damage over time that heals Julie. Singularity, because it's fun. We did it. Mist maybe 2 more fights and Mist will have enough to get to 13. I could just send the second fleet out and fight some Churl. Commander, I know. You're a little late. Thank you. That's why the Churl are over there, probably. They're just there for experience. Oh, and Julie's level 14. With another point. I really had nowhere else to go with Julie. There was, like, no real good places to go initially. This gives her Gray Goo, and this gives her Ghost Pepper Bomb, level 2. So is it better to have a new ability or to increase the damage of a current ability? This does 12 to 19 with 41 for 3 rounds. This does 19 to 31 with 65 for 3 rounds. But this is just a whole new ability that I can use while other stuff is on cooldown. Normally, I go towards that. Like, the slight increase to this is not equal to just a brand new move I can use on cooldown. So, I know there are options either, because if I don't take this, I can't take this. Now, if I had taken this, I could have taken this next level, which is good. But we probably won't get to level 15. So, it's probably not going to happen. So what are we going to do? I think I'm going to send the second fleet out just to get Mist to level 13. And then we'll maybe move on to the end game. 5-5-4. That's something a little easier. 5-5-5. That's not easier. 4-4-5. That's a little... All right. Mimikyu, you have 2 more ship upgrades. You might make it to 14. I think you're going to need both of these and 1 fight to make it to 14. Not a priority, just a bonus point. Is there anything else I can be doing to, like, get us ready for the end battle? I've been making, you know, heal things, medkits, that I think are good to equip. I mean, there's stuff like this. Minimum damage plus 12%. Like, it's okay. I'd rather just have a bunch of heals on. What about the cadet barracks? Look, maybe, you know, it'd be funny is if the end battle used some mechanic where you had to use cadets for, like, some mission, and if they're terrible, then you kind of just lose that part. Why not do these real quick? They don't take very long. Can I build? I can't build another one, can I? No. Jay made an astonishing discovery while conducting improvements on our latest batch of cadet recruits. Finding that the improvements weren't taking to his particular cadet class, alternativeness enhancer serums were deployed up to the recommended threshold, resulting in one of the cadets having a peculiar allergic reaction. That cadet, Bucky Rogers, has since recovered and is now exhibiting officer-level cranial power. This is truly an unprecedented occurrence and one that will be studied for centuries to come. Did I just unlock... I just unlocked a new officer, didn't I? He's going to have an epic ability, isn't he? Super Soldier Cadet. Unlockable powers, none. Weaknesses, none. Are they just like a super soldier? I mean, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, Bucky Rogers. They're just a super soldier. Yeah. The crew are very encouraged by our new officer, Commander. +1 morale. They're tittering excitingly about how maybe their lives aren't completely meaningless after all. Yeah, it only took a super serum to get him that far. He's level 10. What is this? Are you just meant for ground battling? Is this just like the head of security now? I mean, cadets can only be in ground battles. Kirkish Haymaker. Provoke. Mind Toss. Yeah, he's just a ground fighter. He can't even be in a ship besides like a shuttle. You know, hey. In charge of security. We have 9 points to spend. I kind of like the idea of him being able to provoke. Only Julie has that ability. I think it's pretty good. Do that. Let's max it out. No healing though. Only engineer and tactical abilities. Kirkish Haymaker's kind of meh. It's okay. Plus you get attributes, I guess. Point Blank exploits confused. Precision Shot exploits exposed. Tear Gas inflicts stunned. Kind of like that. Unfortunately, no abilities that inflict a lot of things. It's just a bunch of exploits. Exploit, exploit, exploit. So they need to have a team that can do status effects, and this person has all the exploit abilities. Let's do Tear Gas. Because it actually does something. And then do Mind Toss, because it's a pretty powerful move. Just for damage. And then we'll put 1 point in, again, new abilities to me trumps upgrade something. So I'm just gonna grab both of these. Awesome. So yeah, he's just in charge of security. That's just what he has. That's kind of a cool idea though. So in order to get that, you have to just do stuff in the cadet barracks. I didn't do this for the longest time because I don't use cadets. Hardly. Jay is training our cadets. He is our head trainer. Alright, time to get Miss some experience. 2 fights should do it. Maybe just 1 even. Today's Friday, right? Anyone have any weekend plans? I don't. I'm doing that random stream tomorrow where I spun a wheel of like 80 games and got Loop Hero. And once we play that for a couple hours, we'll spin it again and play something else. Just testing out some games for like potentially streaming later. Next week I have my... Anyone who wasn't aware, I was in the hospital on Christmas. They don't know what I had, but I'm fine now. But my blood tests were kind of off, so I went to the doctor 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. Had just a everything blood related test, Everything came back good except for 2 things. So I'm getting retested on Wednesday next week to see if they've gone back to normal or is it an issue. That's fun. The messed up thing is I will have access to the test results online within like 24 hours, but the doctor won't get the results for a couple days. It's just how it works. So I won't be able to have the doctor explain the results to me and explain potential ways to deal with it until probably like the following week. And since I mean, numbers are numbers, but without context, I'm going to be looking at them like, well, what do I do with these? Best case scenario, both went back to normal. Again, not a doctor, but just using like basic deductive reasoning with numbers. The first number probably won't go down. It's probably an issue that I've had for a while. I just was never diagnosed with it. It runs in my family apparently. So it's just going to be an issue of like, give me the prescription, it'll fix it. Simple as that. The second thing is a little worse probably. But I'm thinking my keto, I actually read that my keto diet that I was on for like 3 years might have elevated that number. It's like a confirmed thing with some people. I've been off keto for 2 months now. I've gained a bunch of weight back, which is fun, of course. But that number should have gone back to normal, if that's what it was. And that number wasn't that high, so yeah, fun stuff. Fun medical stuff. Didn't work. Awesome. Ow! Why that hurt so much? Oh, that's why it hurts so much. You're enraged. Ow. This won't do as much as normal, but that's a threat. Mimikyu, you can heal herself. No, that's Mimikyu used to be on this team, I think. Whatever. I've moved my teams around so much. Mist can heal herself. I don't have to have Julie use this to heal her, which is good because I want to kill this thing. This actually might kill it. Awesome. Dead. That was definitely worth it. Oh no, Miss Crew is panicking. I think they're resistant to vulnerability, but okay, got it. Oh, Miss did a panic move. Well, the stun worked. I'm okay with that. Oh, that's why. Everyone has resist vulnerability plus 100% because of this area. I should check those more often. God, this is getting messed up. I keep forgetting she's only in a tier 4 ship. That's why she's getting kind of messed up. Double kill. Okay, did miss one more fight should do it. One more fight. Just a bunch of 3s. That might be enough. Commander, the cadet barracks has completed its task. The cadets are slightly less bad. I shouldn't have been neglecting this. As I mentioned, my theory is that the base is going to play into the defense at the end. The mothership, it's going to be a thing. Otherwise, like, I feel like upgrading this wouldn't matter as much. There could also be a thing where the base is, like, attacked, and the cadets might play a part in something. I should really have been researching those this whole time. Luckily, they're very fast to do. Alright, well, Mist has no health. Time to fight. I don't know why I cloaked. I could just start attacking. Mist, I would like you to heal yourself, because you're beat up. Good, the provoke did its job. This is overkill. I don't have to do this. Let's just hit something. I mean, it didn't kill, but it would have been a complete overkill to do that, so I'm okay with it. Forgot my defense move. It's because I had to heal immediately. Yeah, just start blasting. That was barely a kill. Oh, and dead. Goodbye. Was that enough? Well, Mist became a pro gamer. It wasn't enough. They were too weak. All right, one more fight now. What is the weakest fight we can do, just so this goes faster? I can Singularity on this fight, definitely. It looks like this is the weakest one. 5, 4, 3. We've got plenty of stuff left. Once the 5 is dead, that's pretty much it. I probably should have given Mist better meditation aura things earlier. I mean, this one's fine, but I feel like we're missing out on the 15%. I shouldn't have waited till max level. Well, max level, to do that. 15% less damage, which is very good. All right, we are going to supercharge this time. Julie, I would like you to throw your harpoon. Good. Mist has 2 more turns before she gets Singularity, just because I can. Let's drop a heal over time. Keep ourselves high health. You're a much bigger threat now. Which is why I'm going to slap you with this and kill you. We don't really need Singularity, obviously, but boom! All right, I can Singularity the one enemy left. It's just, it's fine. Just in case we like run into a scripted battle on the way back that's tough, like we had before, let's just keep it. That might kill. Yeah, we did it. Yay, Miss is now level 13. She gets her own tier 5 ship, and everyone has tier 5 ships now that has in the fleet. Those last 2 points are definitely going towards these. This one's kind of meh, but this one's nice. And if she ever gets to level 14, we'll take this one. So we can be more offensive if we want to. And while we wait for their return to swap out her ship, we can continue to do this stuff. Maybe Cutie, you will not be able to get to level 14 doing this, but it'll be close. One fight might do it. There are so many of these to do. We're on the level 4s, and there's still 2 level 1s. This is going to take a while to do these. But they only take 1 day, so it's not that bad. Yeah, it's already done. And just in case there's a story thing at the end, I don't want to have crappy cadets. That might mean something. Kind of like at the end of certain games, like the game tallies your results of what you've done. This could be a thing. So, like the skill check for like how competent our cadets are. We don't need this, but I'm just gonna research it, just to research it. Also, I can make another healing thing. A good one. The barracks is done. So we've done all the level 1 stuff on to the level 4 stuff. I can't repeat it because I don't have enough. Acknowledge. Again, most of the time Jay is the right call. Some of them he's not, though. Kind of, it just depends on what it is. And the last one of the level 4s. Yeah, this, no, which one was it? I think it was the first one, maybe. There was one of them where Jay was like a longer time than the rest, than someone else. I forget which one it was. Oh, this one requires more science. And it's still about the same. Was Jay getting experience for doing that? I think he might have been getting like little itty bitty experience. He might get to level 14 just based on that. So we're on the level 10 of that one. Yeah. Well, this one, tactical's better. Commander, the Yobling have contacted us about yet another business opportunity and are requesting our presence on Yob. Oh, there's also an attack rate. I should pay more attention. Well, we will send Remnants busy. We'll send the 3rd Fleet. Pause. We will also send the 2nd Fleet, but I will switch out Mist's ship. Oh. There you go. We shall name it the the USS Stabby. She's a biologist. That kind of makes sense. I mean, it's more cutting than stabbing, but hey. We will have to mess with her stuff because that just made all her stuff, like, random. Yeah, can't do that. But I can send the 1st Fleet. Oh. No, you're all busy. All right. Okay, Mimikyu is now done, which means we can send the 1st Fleet without being interrupted. Or interrupting anyone. Alright, this fight should be pretty easy. They're just a bunch of tier 4s and a tier... Why are you on the bottom? That's sneaky. My organization, like, OCD brain says that it should go... up here should be 5, and then it should be the 4s. Kind of annoys me. Stop! There's no point in evading. I could just do it again. We're definitely nuking this fight. That's why I'm going to save the supercharge for when nuke is available. So again, it's do something, cloak. Cloak, do something, and then tactical support, supercharge, nuke. And then we get to see how much damage that does on top. Because last time we did it, it did 6 to 7k. We didn't have the tactical support on. Alright, start fighting you. Oh yeah, I didn't give Aura his tier 5 ship, did I? Oh, now I feel bad. He could have had his tier 5 ship, and I still have him in his tier 4 ship. Oh no. Yeah, just attack. Okay, this turn, I just do something. Pew pew. This is gonna be overkill. I can already tell, which is gonna be funny. Ow, would you leave him alone? Leave his tier 4 ship alone. Alright, this is the turn we tactical support. Unless I mistime this and nuke is available now. I'm pretty sure it's not, but I might be wrong. Oh, y'all are vulnerable too. This is gonna be a nasty hit. It is available. I mistimed it. So it's cloak, and then tactical, and then supercharge, and then nuke. I'm still doing this. I just want to see it. Ow! All right, here we go. This is boosted by supercharge and by targeting support, and they all have vulnerable on, which means they take more damage. This is going to be big. It did almost 10,000 to the bottom. It almost broke the 4 digits. I'm not sure if you can do that in this game, but oh, good. That means we get 95 now. Awesome. That's good. All right, come back home. Commander, I've got a unique opportunity for you. The Yabacola Corporation is in desperate need for an armed escort. During its bilabial ingredients scrounge, and because of an uptick in corporate espionage and the fact that all races except humans consume Yabacola in large amounts, it means they're inclined to hire you. We're the only race that doesn't drink it? Yes, unfortunately it melts your insides almost instantaneously. Rincall. And though they tried, marketing was never able to cross that gulf. But the Corzan and Islar love it. Even the Collective use it to douse their synapses. So what do you say? Up for some easy money? Yeah. Great, we'll transmit the location of the first ingredient. The first secret Yabacola ingredient can be found in the Sinus system in Yabling space. Am I gonna have to fight for this? Like, am I gonna... Maybe it's gonna be some ground missions. Commander, the Yabacola chemists have begun their secret gathering expedition. I would report more, but our contact with the Yabacola Corporation stipulates we cannot monitor their gathering. Oh, a pirate fleet. Ooh, they want their soda. Space pirates. This is not going to be difficult in any... No, they're just... It's a bunch of tier 4s, but they're also pirate ships. They're probably not that good. Okay. Who did I have to mess with their ships? It was Mist and Aura. Not on this team. Bum, 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 bum. Scandy, what do I do? Oh yeah, first off, you're gonna boost our attack power. And then into the fray. Good dodge. Jay, I would like you to guard Scandy. And then I'll put reflective armor on him. Reflective shield. There, we'll get some damage going that way. Tactical support. How does that work? What? How does that work? That's a programming error. Jay got in front of Scandy to take the hit, but then Scandy dodged it, so Jay didn't get hit. But if Jay jumped in front of it, he would get hit. He's accepting the hit. Doesn't matter if Scandy could dodge it or not. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. It's like, you know, it's like a sword and shield tank jumping in front of like a rogue to take the hit, but then the rogue dodges behind them and somehow it doesn't hit the knight in front of them. That's a weird one. That's like a weird priority issue. Ramming speed. Good. They did the same thing back to me and it did nothing. Did not work. Pirates cannot be panicked, I see. Alright, we got the big stuff unlocked now. All the AoEs. Set for you, I already used yours, because yours is early. I can do this, though. Damage over time plus heal me. And then Scandy has this thing. I didn't use Drone Swarm, I probably should have, because this, but we're continuing this mission. There's more stuff to do, so I guess that's why I kept it. We'll wait for a harder fight, and then we'll use it. Commander, the Yabacola chemists say they're harvesting the necessary ingredients in the system, and are ready to move on. The second Yabacola ingredient can be found in the Orcus system in Corzan space. Wow, wait, we're going to Corzan space for this? Are we allowed? Are we allowed to? Are we like? I mean, we're friends with him, I guess, but is this like going to be like a bad thing? Commander, the Yabacola chemists have once again dispatched their gathering shuttles and have requested we look for the other direction. What are you? While your fleet awaits the return of the Yabacola chemist shuttles, a pirate fleet screams down on their position. The pirates' desire for the Yabacola recipe is relentless. All right, Plankton. Okay, they were just too close together. It looked like they were just like one big ship. Tier 5s. Okay. What can Tier 5 pirate ships do? Bum, bum, bum. A little damage. Jay, what would you like to do? Yeah, I'll do tune-up. I'm kind of wasting the tactical support for one turn, but it's good to pop on. We'll do reflective armor on Jay, and then we'll do the guard thing. Did you say yo-ho-ho? Yo-ho-ho! That's a good name for that. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of cola? The ramming speed. I didn't do the guard thing, whatever. Haste. Should have healed. I should have healed. Don't know why I didn't. If they had double attacked Mimikyu, she could have died. Guard Mimikyu instead. Yeah, doesn't help on the AoE attacks. Dark Matter Siphon. Kind of weak for a tier 5. I mean, they are pirates. It happened again. Stop doing that. Phew. That sound effect broke the audio for a second. I would say that's pretty powerful, but it wasn't. This guy has 4 damage over times on. He's going to implode when all those tick. If it gets a chance to. Bum, bum, bum. Yep. I'm guessing one more fight. And then we'll use Drone Swarm. because it'll probably be 3 tier 5s. Commander of the Yabacola chemist said they've harvested the necessary ingredients. It can be found in the Berkeley system in pirate space.
Glad to have you on the team.
Pirate space, you say?
Woo.
Woo. Yay. 38 months. I think that's the longest we can have. Also, it said pirate space, but I don't see it. 1 second. That's not pirate space, that's collective space. Game broke a little bit there? A little bit. Anyway, thank you for the resub for 38 months, the longest streak possible, because I know you subbed on day 1 when I was an affiliate. I think you and Jay were the 2 who subbed on day 1. So the only person who has a longer streak than you and Jay is me. Because it technically gave me a tier 3 sub to myself the second I was an affiliate. So I have you beat by like a day. Commander, our fleet has run into a collective fleet operating on remote. While a collective sub-function would normally handle all algorithmic communications at this distance from collective space, in this particular case, the collective fleet is ignoring our fleet tails. However, we are able to detect life signs on the ship. Investigate. Further scanning finds this collective vessel filled with fresh Terran recruits. Based on our knowledge of the that's what that word is, collectivization process, these recruits would have to be voluntary. Oh. Perhaps agreeing to meld with collective harvest vessels in exchange for safety from the Churl. In the vessel's hold, traces of experimental Terran equipment can be detected as well. They're likely time to beam aboard and either rescue the crew or claim the cargo. I'm not going to let them become flesh husks. The prospective flesh husks shake off their android implants and reluctantly join your mission. Many seem disappointed, having been greatly impressed by the alternative reality simulator your crew ripped from them. But
Shepherd.
you would have been like mindless husks. Oh, how long has that been? Oh, not enough time hasn't passed, has it? No. All right. The Yabacola chemists gather process a hostile yabbling fleet from a direct competitor. Yabba Pepsi. The shipful yabbings aren't often pushed to hostilities. Yeah, I know. It's only one ship. Oh no. One ship. Greased light. Yeah, I know you're fast. I know the yabbling ships are pretty fast. Bum bum. Okay. What do I want to do? Ramming speed. Ew. Space gas. And I think you're dead. That competitor was not Yabla Pepsi. That was like Yabla, whatever they're called, like RC Cola or something. When you think of like the worst generic soda ever, what do you think? There's like, I know there's a Great Value one, right? What is it called? Or like Sam's or something. There's also RC. There was one, I had a friend in high school who was like super cheap. I mean frugal. And would always get the cheapest possible stuff. And there was a place he'd go to after school where you could get a hot dog on a bun with condiments and a can of soda for 25 cents. How good was it, you say? I did this once. Not very good. The hot dog was like gray. It was one of those hot dogs, just a mix of everything. And the soda you got was like a thing I've never heard of before. It was a brand I've never seen. Yay, we're done. Can be found in the Nixus system in Zlar space. This is a long mission. Wait, why didn't that? Hey, can I just do that? All right. Ooh. No. There. Commander, the Abacola chemists have sworn to us to find the final ingredient more or less harvest itself. Okay. That's actually kind of scary. Deeming itself a Yabling Rights fleet, it ambushes your position. Oh, this is actually probably bad. Tier 5, Tier 5, Tier 5, Tier 4. We're definitely using Drone Storm as soon as it's available. I could heal Scandy, but I think I need to drop the defense thing first. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do defense. Then all three of them get to go. First one was a miss. Second one was... that wasn't that bad. All right. Unfortunately, well, Jay has healing if need be. I think I'll heal Scandy with him. We're gonna... Should I do the more damage or should I do the less damage taken? I mentioned that the damage we do is better for, like, smaller, weaker fleets, and the defense is probably more important for us. We'll do defense. I can always change it. Like, do defense while we're setting up, and then do offense when we're attacking. Okay. I don't want to risk Scandy being... Well, he'll only get put into critical at worst. Here, I'm going to do tune-up on Jay, so he just has an ongoing healing thing. What is that? Damage over time? That's super annoying for almost being dead. That gets rid of it, though. Okay. Haste Jay. What do we want to do? Well, I'm going to do the guard thing on Scandy, and then reflect him when I can. Targeting support. Yeah, when I don't have the reflective armor on, I don't dodge it. All right. Reflective shield. So the only way it won't work is if they go after Mimikyu. Yep, okay. Alright. Let's do this for some damage over time as heal. Strafing one to slow him down. Did not work on any of them. Drone Swarm! Great damage, plus the damage over time is pretty good. Notice how they're dying. Yeah, they're dead. The Drone Swarm just murdered them. It also takes off buffs. So if you're dealing with like a Churl fleet that has like 3 enrage abilities on, you can use it and they're just gone. So sometimes it's better to wait to use it. The harvest of necessary ingredients in the system, ready to move on. Are we done? Are we done now? Also, it hasn't come up to prompt me this was done. Oh. Because it wasn't done. We moved so fast, it wasn't done yet. Okay. Commander! Excellent work protecting the Yabacola chemists. And truly we apologize for that last Yabling fleet. They're simply a ridiculous militant advocacy group. One that seems convinced that Yablings can't sign away their own bodies to the Abacola Corporation for posthumous use. Which of course is contrary to Yabling contract law. Gross. So it's made of people. Soylent Cola. Okay, we just go back home. No one's under attack. Yet. Did it say that it was completed? Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. That's why it was. I didn't even notice. I was doing the wrong thing that whole time. Oops. Also, Jay and Mimikyu are both level 14. Jay, unfortunately, we have 2 points in things I don't want. This was okay because this gave him guard, which kind of works with the reflect. But these two we don't like. We never use them, so it was kind of a waste. Unfortunately, this point doesn't matter. The only thing I can take is either to finish this off and never use it, or to grab Ball Lightning level 1 and Smoke at level 1. It's all I can do. I never use this, so that's even less useful. Mimikyu has an extra point now. The most efficient thing to take would probably be this, because it's the highest up. You get the most for what you're paying for. But what is this? The two ground powers. This leads to aim and then plus 10 damage for science. We're probably not gonna get to level 15. But if we did, this leads nowhere. Still better. I'm level 11. I want ground powers. Since I'm gonna be on the station the whole time, I want ground powers. Grey Goo level 2. This only does stuff in space, so it's completely pointless. This is also just space stuff. This is like all the stuff that would be on the other side for the other engineer. Yeah, which is all ship powers, I guess. I want Grey Goo level 2. And I will also take Grey Goo level 3. Giving me some awesome Grey Goo to use. So, I'm dumb, and we weren't doing the proper thing the whole time, so that's good. Commander, the Zelyanthu Union raid fleet has entered Berkeley and is raiding the collective facility. If we don't intervene... No! I told you. I don't do that. When my allies attack each other, they can do whatever they want. I'm not going to help. It appears another Corzine fleet has been taken over by the Troll. It's currently heading our way. Who should we use? Oh yeah. Also, Aura can finally have his tier 3 ship, or tier 5. I've been forgetting to do this whole time. I have one for him, right? Did I not make one for him? I think I forgot to make him this tier 5 ship. Yes. Yes, I did. Which one do we want for him? Do we want more damage or more hull? More damage or more hull? What's his build? He's the same as Jay's, I think. So more damage, I think, is probably better. Yeah. So he's still going to be stuck in his tier 4 ship because I completely forgot to fix that. I think it auto sorts, but just in case it doesn't, I do this. Beat up ship. This is 3rd Fleet, so it's Jeebus and Ninja. There you go. Don't worry, I will have that fixed eventually. Also, I think there was one person I had to mess with their abilities. I think. Was there one? Don't remember. Yeah, whatever. No one needs to level up. Everyone's at level 13, which is awesome. So we'll just send whoever we want. We will send... 2nd Fleet. To defend us. Level 10, level 10, level 7. Okay. Here it comes. Your ships are so slow. And next. Bum, 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 bum. 2 tier 5s, huh? So once we're done getting all...
Stay hydrated.
Hello, Devils. Once we're done getting all of the cadet stuff done, because it might play a part in the final endgame, we will then summon the endgame. And finish this game. This game is only supposed to take 15 hours. I've put like 20-some hours into it, which is to be expected. I mean, I am streaming it. I do stop and talk sometimes, and we lost a little bit of time a couple times. I had to reload, and so I'm guessing summoning the mothership is just the end game. It probably is. Stop. Oh, these are the evasive ships. 50% evasion? Well, that's dumb. That's actually very dumb. Oh, it was missed. Missed abilities are all over the place. I need to fix this. Damage over time? An ability I kind of forgot existed. Ow. Provoke. That can miss too, I think. So, oh man, miss ability. Maybe I should use this one. I'll take more damage, but this gives us more aim. I think we kind of need that. Yeah, the plus 10, the plus 20 aim against the plus 50 evasion they have. That's probably a good idea. Probably should have healed. Targeting support also, I think, does up our aim as well. Damage and aim. Nope, it's just damage. You think something called that would... Okay. Oh, that damage over time kicked in. Now, you might notice that Mist has some good damage over times we never use. There's Torture, and there's Overwhelmed Core. Both good damage over times, which I like. But it's just that they have so many other good abilities to choose from. I just don't use them. But with a tier 5 ship, we might throw a couple in there. Yeah, definitely. Oh. Her single heal is turned off. That's dumb. I know it's kind of randomized, but the single ally heal is turned off. All right, time to destroy somebody. And do that. And the book. Luckily, those ships are not that powerful. So next time we use Second Fleet, I need to remember to change out Mimikyu-Di's stuff. Once again, we're just kind of waiting for us to get finished with our cadet stuff. Yay! Aura's ship is available. And now we go to... there has to be a way to get to this screen. I don't know how, so I just keep doing that. Third Fleet isn't... Oh, I see. It's an unmanned ship. Where is... There you are. And your new ship shall be the Dragoon. Actually, a pretty good name for a ship. We need to mess with your stuff, too. So, Third Fleet, Aura needs to mess with his abilities, and Second Fleet, Mist as well. Because they're all mixed up. And once again, we're just back to doing this. Just in case it matters. Oh, the Corzan's under attack. I should probably deal with that. Not you, because, yeah, but you. Let's send the Second Fleet so we can mess with Mimikyu or Mist stuff. Commander, the facility at Amazon is under attack by the... Again? Stop. We'll send the Third Fleet so we can mess with his. Okay. Bum 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 bum. So, I like this. What else do I like to have on? He's not a tank, so he doesn't need a self-heal. He already has tune-up as well. I like this for just a go-to normal pew-pew. I think it works nicely. Having extra healing could also come into play. This is the only way I can put vulnerable on people for Jeebus, so I kind of have to do it. There's this, but it also has a long cooldown. And has a warm-up of 1, so I can't use it immediately. I will put it back on, though, because I like it. And that. And the damage over time move. Yeah, this is fine. Very similar to what other engineers we have use. Good. Don't want to change anything here. Honestly, I don't use this very often. I think someone has a move that takes advantage of sensors offline. I just don't use it that much, though. I think I'd rather have this damage over time move on. I like it. 187.57. Yeah, this is way better. Yeah. And who has the move that takes advantage of this? Without that, I don't need that anymore. And I'll put on another damage over time move. I just like damage over time moves. I like stacking them and then they just die. All right, let's fight these super annoying ships. That one's gonna die. This is the one that can like instant heal people. That one's going to die. Because these are tier 5 ships, I'm gonna do the less damage thing. Although I don't have the other one, so I guess I have to do that. I think it's nuke time. I like going on these 1 missions because we can just use all our stuff. So, turn 1, cloak. We need to make sure vulnerable's on some. Well, no. Well, it would help if we did. Yeah, let's just put vulnerable on something. So it takes more damage from the nuke. Might have been too early to put it on though. Look out! Since we're going to nuke town here, just damage. Then on this turn, we target support. Now we can do some fun stuff, like... one more turn for that. Looks vulnerable. Nothing. Then this turn we supercharge. And next turn we nuke. And most likely kill everything. Just to make sure we do. And here comes the nuke. Yeah! Good. Okay. You are going to go back home. All right, now we're up to level 10 stuff. Then it'll be level 13 stuff, and then we're done. These are going to take longer, but maybe not. Maybe not. 2 tier 5s. And since we could just go straight back home, we're going to use Singularity. If we have to. I guess we don't have to. Do less damage, please. Good. Oh, I forgot to mess with Miss Stuff again. No. I don't have my defense thing or my direct heal. I hate this. Fine. Damage over time it is. Bzz. Julie has been gooed. Not that much though. Put it on both of them. Then we can supercharge and then just kill one of them, probably. Harpoon! Did not work on the vulnerable. I'm gonna guess they have a bonus. Yep, okay. So suicide run might not kill one of them. Now it will. Probably. That was a bad roll. It's pretty low. Alright, that's a worse goo. I could singulate. I'm just gonna singulate, you know. Look at how many things they have on. That's pretty good. And most of those are negative. In fact, all of them are, I think, besides that. No, that's the singularity thing. Yeah, they're all bad. Except for this one, which we all have. And dead. Let's get our diplomacy. Oh, I can take some dark matter and get 5 diplomacy. Because I only need 5. Not like I need, it's not like I need that little dark matter, but speaking of dark matter, let's make some more of these. Also, let us bring them home. Acknowledged. Commander, the collective. Okay. Basically when that happens is I mean to scroll like this, and when I click, if I let go, it gets rid of the text. But let's take a look. We're gonna have to scan the field because oh, here it is. Here it is. There's something here. Who should we send? Who's not doing anything? Third Fleet? Yeah. And here is the level 13 one. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Patrol of infantry to the station's bridge. That's not a good place for them to infiltrate. Go to location. We want a guaranteed healer. Oh, and Bucky Rogers could help us too, because he's just all ground combat. Unfortunately, our 2 best healers on the ground, Ninja and Mist, are both busy. Mimikyu, you will be the healer. It's just that like Ninja and Mist just have more healing. Oh, good, I have the cadet. We have so few people, it's just Scandy, Mimikyu, and a cadet. Luckily, we've been making the cadets better, but they're still probably pretty bad. This is not great, depending on how tough this is. This could be an issue. Delayed recovery. So I do have a heal over time I can do. Drop inflicts on all. Ooh, that's great. That means they do less damage. That's good. All right, you're the threat now. Scandy, what would you like to do? Tear gas 3? Stun all 3 of them, maybe. Sure. It's a single target one. I thought it said all, and also it didn't work. Well, that's a good point. Why isn't he here? He should be. The way this works, every time before this, was you select somebody to do it, that guarantees them on the team, then it selects from the pool that you could have selected from. Why isn't he here? Why did it give me a cadet? Scandy was here, but there was also the Bucky Rogers guy. There was also somebody else available. Why is this cadet here? According to the rules I've learned of this game, that shouldn't be a cadet. That still does like no damage, and they're gonna die. This is not great. And they're dead. Inflicted, confuse on all. I might have to just run. This is not great. Bum, bum, bum. I did a lot of damage. That was good. That was good. Scandy's gonna die because he has a damage. Let's fix that. Good dodge. Good dodge. Good dodge. Kill. Okay, we're back in this. It's 2-on-2. It always was 2-on-2, but now it's like it's 2-on-2 on their side. It was 2-on-3 before. Do less damage, please. Get a heal over time on Scandy. Now we got this. We got this. Didn't someone have something that exploits? Here it is. Your damage? Bleed will kill them both. Even if we miss or whatever, bleed will finish them off. But pew-pews, yeah. Well, as much as we made the cadets better, they still suck. I still don't know why I didn't pick somebody else. It's like, it's guaranteed person you pick and then anyone else left in the pool. And there was definitely the Bucky Rogers guy. Why didn't that? Maybe he doesn't get pulled. Maybe you have to pick him. But if I pick him, that means I'm not guaranteed a healer. So I don't like that. But maybe he kind of sucks. I don't know. Now, I never noticed something. When you go to the battle screen, you can hit X to take them out of the battle. Maybe if you do that, you can select who to use. I never actually tried. I just never thought about it. Maybe if I hit X, I can just, like, put someone else in that's available. I can try that next time. I'm at the very end of the game. Never tried it. Because seeing how the cadets aren't really getting better, I can probably just not care about the rest of the upgrades. They still suck. You're looking well. Hope that ancient starbase thing is still working out for you. Now you're probably wondering why I asked you here so quick. Explanation. So a bit of an old code originally intended for planting sleeper agents against your kind seems to have taken hold in one of my colonies. It's the weirdest thing. Now because of it, they think they're human. That's weird. Weird, right? I mean, I've tried everything, but I can't reset them remotely. Some kind of ancient failsafe that, for the life of me, I can't remember. Probably due to all those EMP bombers you deployed against me in the 26th century. Anyway, water under the bridge, right? Now I could, if I wanted to, just burst in there and wipe them out. Then I was thinking, what if some actual humans swung by and did the whole sorry android freak, you'll never be as real as me thing. Which should set off their hostility parameters, giving me a way back in? Sure. Oh, don't worry. I'll give you a nice little reward. Now, the desperation of survival has really turned you into a bunch of greedy resource hogs, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Quiet, robot. Excellent. And don't worry about taking out some husks when you're knocking sense into them. Well, we got stuff to do. What are we gonna send? The first fleet, because they're the only one available. Jay is, I don't care anymore. We've done so many of these, and the cadets are still awful. They die in like 2 hits. They don't do any damage. I don't care. We're just gonna launch the endgame after this. I don't even have to do this. I could just do it, but as your fleet descends on the Hierapolis system, it is immediately hailed by a hostile collective fleet. Amusingly, they accuse you of being fake humans sent by the collective to subjugate them. Then they open fire. Cube. They have a human ship. What the? Made of a combination of collective and Terran ships. Yeah. Hey, Julie. Welcome to space. We're actually getting ready to start the endgame. I think it's the endgame. All right. Defense is up. How big are these? Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 3. Let's do the damage one. Yep, everyone's still alive. Especially you. Oh no, they're using an engineer ship against us. Did nothing. Okay. Ramming speed. Kill them. Yeah. And death. That was an easy fight. Yeah, this was not... This is interesting. Commander, while our fleet was occupied by the combat, I took the liberty of hacking into the archives of the confused collective colony. They certainly created an elaborate backstory by stitching together holovids from the 26th century. While we were easily able to demonstrate to them the crew's humanity, we have as yet proven incapable of disavowing them of their belief in their own. We were, however, able to do an ethnographic survey of wavering members of the populace. The collective are waiting for our return and may be interested in that as a means of saving some of the husks, while selectively decommissioning the others. Alright, so all our fleet's home right now? Oh no, there you are. Wait, why? Well, hold on. Why does it still have a little mission thing above it? Okay. I mean, I'm still here, but nothing can happen. Just go home? What is happening? It still says I have to do something here, but there's nothing there. Ah, nice and glitchy. What if I go back now? The collective... Oh, here we go. Okay. Convince the collective to leave them alone. Hand over the survey for targeted conversions. Inform the collective that the colony is now under Federation control. They will not like that. Just... You know what? Just do whatever you want. Excellent. Thank you. I would have been ashamed to have to exterminate all of them. At very least, I should be able to recover 1/4 of them. That's plenty for my purpose. Yay. Alright, it's time. It's time. It is time for the endgame. At least I think it is. We shall summon the mothership. Scandy. Summon the mothership. So this is it. Commander, immediately upon connecting... I should have saved the game. Commander, immediately upon connecting the final of the 4 artifacts in place, the entire sector was engulfed in a quantum field wave. The wave itself seems strongest, just not far from our store base, giving you visual now. How did I not save the game before I did this? What am I doing? Oh well, we better win. Oh hey! You're pretty big. I mean, that seems a little excessive. Yeah, I didn't save it. Yeah, because I'm smart. Aha! I knew it! Resistance beam. I just killed him in one hit. Commander, good to see you awake again. I'll get you up to speed. The arrival of the Troll Mothership seems to stir awake some ancient processes in Halcyon 6 itself. The end result seems to be that the Mothership and the station are now locked in struggle with one another. Unfortunately, the station seems to be losing in this contest. I just killed it in one hit. However, we may be able to aid it by acquiring more artifacts like the ones we recovered from the other humanoid in the sector. A briefing has been prepared for you as to where you might find these. There's more? I thought this was just the endgame. There's more. A number of precursor graveyards appear at the same instant as the Churl Mothership. We should dispatch fleets to them to recover what we can. Expect the Churl to do the same. Commander! Wonderful news! The Corzan have again reached universal consensus over the matter of commending to you a peerless Corzan ship. And to think we never could have achieved this milestone without the near extinction of the entire human race. Funny how things work out sometimes. Glorious human commander! You receive a great gift today. A Zlar Yanthu ship. Throw the rest of your paltry vessels aside, melt them into scrap, for as for this day, you have no need of them, for the Zlar will kill your enemies for you. What are you waiting for? Do it now. Human friend, I've decided to fashion you a gift. A collective ship, commanded by an officer, just how you like them. And these aren't just mindless flesh husks, but they even have passing semblance of personality and self-awareness, just like you. Just don't touch any circuitry around the earlobes. That's important. Otherwise, I'm sure they'll prove helpful against that thing. Well, that's kind of cool. Oh, okay. I can make a fourth fleet of alien people? Okay. Diligent Hung. Plaque. Just plaque. And RK46R9. Say hello to the alien fleet. So a bunch of places should have popped up on the map to find artifacts. Yep. I guess those are it. Yeah, I should probably save it now. Okay, well, I think I'll just keep the alien fleet back to defend. I might use them once just for fun. Let's give them... I'm not too worried about their abilities, being honest. I probably use them once just to try them out. But they just have a different look to them. They're still the same. But I'll use their points right now just so I can do this. I'm definitely going to give them all 4 of these. They're the only consular on the team I saw. Then you're a strategist, which means you're like Scandi. You have Into the Fray, which I do like. I do like Into the Fray. Bridge Shot's okay. But to be different, I think I'll go the way of Bridge Shot. Bridge Shot 3. So how do I get there? Oh, I need all these too. Okay. God, you need so much stuff to get over there. I have 4 points left. Oh, I need that too, which means I need that and that. How are you supposed to even get to this? You have to take all of these to get to here. Then you need that to get to here. Then you need that to get to here. How is it even possible to get to that? I guess not take these. Well, 1, 2, and that's it. Kind of funny. I got fire at will. I'm good with that. This is fine. Into the fray 1. There, done. I'm not too worried about the builds. This is an inventor. Inventors have the provoke ability, which is good. I will be giving them that. Those are just nice to have. Provoke level 2. Provoke level 3. And then harpoon also points into here, so I can get at least a few of these. Yeah, I'll take all of them. The last one's good for healing yourself. And then we can do Ghost Pepper and the final Salvage Harpoon. There. Then we have Diligent. Another engineer. So we have two. Oh, they're also the same engineer. They're an inventor. We have 2 inventors. That's kind of annoying. Well, we'll also take all these. And then let's do something different. Let's do the top route, which is reinforced hull. The other person's the tank. We made Plaque the tank. So let's make this person something different. Like Death from Above. I still need that, but then I can do Grey Goo. Then we can do Reinforced Hull 2. We can do Death from Above 2. Health plus 20%, that's great. Death from Above 3. And then just do whatever. Like damage plus 5%. 1 point left. I can only take one thing. This. Alright. Clones. But they look so different. And we can make a 4th fleet, which I'll, again, probably barely use. The 4th fleet shall consist of... I mean, it's actually kind of cool to see these ships on my inventory. That's kind of cool looking. This was... Who was who? Plaque is the tank. And this one... They're kind of cool looking ships. I like them. Mess with their abilities later. So, we need to go to... Yeah, there's the mothership. So we need to go to all 4 of these places, and we have 4 fleets. Well, what a surprise! We have 4 fleets. Let's use all 4 of them. All right, 1st fleet. I want you to go over there. Pause. 2nd fleet. I would like you to go here. Julie, you're in charge of 2nd fleet. This one. This will be 3rd fleet. Game. And then 4th fleet, our new alien fleet, our new alien friends, will come over here. I'm just waiting for all of them to get there before I do that. I guess it doesn't matter, though. Okay, let's land. So we're going to have to do some ground combat, which is going to be a little scary for some groups. I don't know about alien group, how they're going to do, but I guess we'll find out. This should be the end game. Get all 4 of these artifacts and then put them into Halcyon, and then we fight back. So this shouldn't take too long, I think. Probably. 2 hours later, we're still playing. Remnant, I want you to go down and scout that. You're not there yet. You're not there yet. Okay. Who wants to go down and scout this? Well, Aura will do it faster. So Aura, go. Who wants to go? Diligent or Plaque or... Yeah, Plaque, you go. Okay, and then we just kind of wait. Yep, I was going to assume that we were going to attack us at some point. Why are all our ships bunched together? Which one of the officers still retrieving the artifact? Their ship's crew will have to fight without a commander. That's fine. It works. You still get to do everything. It looks like you don't have your commander's abilities. You only have your ship abilities. But when you start the fight, you have your commander abilities. Unless that was a glitch before. In which case, now we have to fight without a commander. Against 2 tier 5 ships. Bum, 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 bum. Defense up. Scandy. Targeting support. Let's see if we have Jay's abilities. Yeah, we have Jay's abilities. They're still here. Go ahead and guard Scandy. Go ahead and haste Jay. Damage over time. Then we are going to do this to slow them down and also make their weapons do less damage. Or just the weapons. Then we'll do Reflective Shield. Okay, we're pretty set up. Also, they're set up to do a lot of damage at the same time, so that's kind of scary. Julie, are you looking forward to some spooky alien tonight? Okay. Jay has a lot of heals we can use. Let's use that. Good. They blew up on their own. All right. Jay, or should I say Jay's ship? It's not him. It's his ship. It's sentient now. We don't need commanders anymore. The ships are sentient. And dead. Bum, bum, bum. Scandy's now a maverick. Too close for missiles, switching to guns. Space combat damage, but that's actually really good. Out of like all the different things you can get, plus 10% is pretty good. The ruins. Recover artifact from the ruins. Was there no ground combat? How was that not ground combat? Wow. That's honestly, that's kind of a waste. I expected there to be ground combat. I don't care about that. Now whatever. We're in the end game. I don't care. They already gave me my ships. I don't care if you like me anymore. We're busy. Recover the artifacts. Cool. Oh, with 20 officers, yeah, we know. Understood. Oh. Oh. A bunch of tier 5 ships, huh? Tier 4. So Aura's on the surface. I'm thinking nuke. Every team has one epic ability. I'm thinking nuke. I'm thinking supercharged nuke. I think that'd be fun. I just wish Ninja had the offensive version of this so we could see the nuke do even more damage. Well, we know what to do. Turn 1, Cloak. Doesn't really matter what I do with Q right now, except a little more damage would be good. Dodge, good. This turn we use targeting support. We're warming up. It's like, you know, it's like Goku when he's doing the Kamehameha, but it takes forever. First turn is Ka, then Ma. it just takes forever. Although it's only 4 syllables instead of 5, I guess. Salvo. Damage to all of them. And then supercharge. And the next turn, you know what's coming. Ninja, I would like you to just drop a heal over time. Not like it matters. And then we have the nuke. Balanced ability. Not OP at all. Recovered the artifact. And then we're on our last team to recover the artifact, I think. Commander, the collective have reported that their colony at Berkeley has been obliterated. Good for them. Congratulations. And we got the artifact. We've rigged up the remaining artifacts to the station's power capillaries, resulting in an overflow to its matter beam. In other words, it should be ready to fire on our command. However, we've hit a snag in the plan. The station has signaled to us that it refuses to discharge the beam until the Churro mothership has been stripped of its outside layers. We need to send a fleet in to peel off enough of the mothership's exoskeleton in order for it to remain made vulnerable to the station's beam. Finally, our physics team has strongly urged that our crew be nowhere near the station when it emits the blast, as its core will be greatly destabilized. As such, we prepared an evacuation facility to take place at the point of beam expulsion. However, this is all a moot point until the mothership is sufficiently injured by our fleet strike, and the decision as to when that will occur will be all yours. Good luck, Commander. All right, everyone come back home. What? It like popped as we were leaving, I think. Julie, you're in this fight. Time to fight. Julie, I need you to say mean things to the aliens. That's your ability. I forgot to fix her abilities again. Okay. All right, Julie. Make fun of them. Say something mean. Well, you got gooed. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I didn't use these either, did I? Oops. Yeah, but you play a ton of Overwatch. I'm sure you've heard some. That you probably can't repeat. Let's do that. And now we have Suicide Run. It'll do like what, 4K? Oh, only 3.5. Ah, see, I should have made Jay the tank then. Except with his engineer build, he doesn't have the provoke ability, so. Nah, 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 nah. This music. No, don't evade it. Harpoon. Well, you were on the surface getting an artifact while your ship was just fighting by itself. So technically, like, all our commanders are not needed, kind of, sort of. All right. Let's have everyone go home so we can prep. Oh, the alien fleet gets to fight somebody. Ooh. We at least get to see this once. Look at these. I don't know what any of these abilities are. What is this? What is all this? I'm not going to know what I'm doing. The ship has a bunch of abilities. I don't know what they do. Precognition. All allies. Sure. It gives us better aim. How about combat drugs? I'm sure that's a good buff, right? Heal over time, more damage. Okay. Fire at will. I'm not even sure what this does. Let's find out. All right, engines down plus good damage. Okay. Stress release, single ally heal. That's a big heal. Brain warp, single enemy inflicts vulnerable. Interesting. Yeah, just stick with the good old harpoon. Bully. Sure, bully him. Space bully. All enemies lower guard damage. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. EMP pulse. These ships have some fun abilities. Ion burst. Damage over time plus decent damage. Okay. Wave disruptor. I'm just clicking buttons now. Hack life support. Ooh. Didn't work though. Psych wave. Brain warp. Overcharge weapon, single ally. Soul survivor, as in sun. Trojan. Damage over time. They are the robot people. Laser strike. Wow, that was good. Yeah, I played tank a lot in 11, and I didn't have any good insults either. All right, where's our other? Okay, come back here. Where's our other fleet? There's one more somewhere. There you go. Everyone, come home. I know everyone's under attack right now, but once the mothership is destroyed, it won't matter. If any movies taught me anything, once you destroy the mothership, we're all good. So, what fleet would like to go into this fight with the mothership? What fleet is gonna take a chance against the mothership to strip off their defenses? Not the aliens. You know, the aliens are cool, but they just got here. We could obviously use third fleet and just nuke the thing. I don't know, but first fleet's been around the whole time, though. I kind of like second fleet's build as well. I like how Julie's like the tank. I just like how this is just like a standard thing of like tank, DPS, and healer. I kind of like it. But nuking's pretty good. Kind of want to do the nuke thing, because I don't know. Let's like finish it that way. Yeah. Oh, here we go. First off, don't do as much damage to me. What the? Julie, where did you get that? That's a... Wait, where did you get that version of it? Oh, it's a Franker face one. I'm gonna say, like, I haven't seen that before. I just have this one. Why is yours so... Yours is so much more excited and, like, surprised. Well, we know the drill. Cloak. Go ahead and do that. Oh, the nuke isn't going to be nearly as helpful. They have a thing on where they only take 1,500 damage per hit, up to. So the nuke is only going to do 1,500 damage. So we can just ignore the setup and just start firing. Oh, we got that. Damage over time. Yeah, we can ignore the setup. I mean, we can just fire the nuke when it's available, and it'll do 1,500 unboosted. We don't even have to boost, because everything's going to do probably that much. Maybe. We'll do this. Wait, did I? It's not on there. Oh, no, yes it is. When did I add that? I don't remember adding that. I kind of forgot I had these emotes, by the way. Like, I have the Majima hiding one. I kind of forgot those were a thing. Yep, the Donatello one. Okay, Aura's getting a little beat up. Let's do a heal on him. Oh yeah, that one too. Well, I mean, I think we know the right voice line for that.
Kill every last one of them!
I need to heal the emote. Yes, kill all the Lawrences, please. Look at all that juicy damage over time. Which kind of gets around the 1,500 per hit thing. That's why I like it. Strafing run. Call them Lawrence. They're space Lawrences. That's even worse. Ooh! Ninja just died. Nuke, please. That's not great. So apparently when you kill one of the things, it makes you like, it makes them have like a super attack. Ugh. I mean, I could restart, but the fact is, I'm not sure if we could live that. I think the whole point is you lose people here. I didn't want to loot. Well, we have a cloning facility. We can bring her back. And that's in-game canon. We have a cloning facility that's meant for officers. After this, after we save the galaxy and save the world and all that stuff, we can bring Ninja back as a clone. So technically, as long as we win, as long as the station isn't destroyed, everyone can come back to life who dies. That is a story thing because it's built onto the station. It's a mechanic in the game. Now, if we lose the station, obviously everyone stays dead. I didn't put the healing items on. Whoops. Uh-oh. Did I trigger another big one, or is it just the middle one? I think it might be just the middle one. If just the middle one triggers it, I could probably get around it. I could probably plan ahead and leave it last, and then, you know, I could do it. Should I do it? Could I do it? I mean... I don't know. That was loud. Oh. 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 That's an issue. This is like FTL final boss, isn't it? This thing is meant to destroy you. Uh-oh. This is great. Like I said, if anyone dies in combat, they can be reborn in the cloning chamber as long as we win. So no one is dead unless we lose. It wouldn't have saved Ninja though. Ninja was put in critical and then attacked. She was dead. I mean, obviously healing would be helpful, but she would be dead regardless. Strafing run to slow him down. The game is kind of freaking out a little bit. Also, we know when we kill this to expect a big boom, so... Oh! They killed the middle one. Alright. Okay. Damage over time, you. The Vorcha called.
Ugliest alien species trophy! We want back!
Ow, my throat. There's a reason why I didn't bring that redeem back. Alright, well, Aura is in trouble. Somehow survived all that. This fight's not going great. I mean, being down our healer doesn't help. Okay, put some damage on you. Go ahead and heal again. Good dodge. We're not doing a lot of damage, are we? Ugh. Okay. Oh, I haven't seen the Sandlot in forever. Oh, and there go all the debuffs I put on him. All the damage over times, that's nice. Okay. Salvo. Can I at least kill one of these things? Do I have enough? Yeah, I do. Okay. Could I click on it? There you go. It's hard trying to click on the right parts of the face. Watch us actually be able to beat this. Like, there's only 2 phases, and Ninja's the only one who dies in combat. Again, my rule, it's kind of like an XCOM, where only Aura died in my playthrough of XCOM, but I had a thing where, like, you can make robot troops in XCOM 2 that fight with you, and my rule was, if someone died, I could spend the resources to build a robot to replace them. Like, basically put their brain in it, and now they're a robot person. But robots are super expensive in that game, so if more people died, if the game ended, they were just dead. I guess in the future we could build robot bodies for them. But I might have actually made a rule where if the robot body wasn't available when they died, they just died. But the story actually gives you 1 robot for free, and only 1. So I gave that robot body to him, and no one else died. So it's kind of like that. As long as we just beat this, we can clone Ninja back. Now the ship is gone, but we have enough resources to rebuild ships. She also loses experience past when she leveled up, kind of signifying like you forgot some stuff. Like the cloning process clones you from like a couple hours ago or a couple days, so you kind of like don't know what happened. You don't remember being in this fight. That's okay. Aura might die from that damage over time, although I think it's, yeah, that damage over time. Refresh that. Nope, he's fine. And we're back to critical. Missile swarm. Heal again. I'm running out of heals. Luckily, Aura had backup heals. Okay, we're down to this thing, which is probably going to cast... Anyone play an RPG that does that when you kill an enemy and it casts something on you? Like Meteor. Stupid King Behemoth. I think it's still at full health, by the way. That... I am running out of healing. I have 2 heals over time left and 1 direct heal, and that's it. Supercharge. Okay. What do we want to do with Supercharge? Probably just Bullseye or Backstab. We'll do Backstab. Damage over time. My favorite. That's back on, which heals them as I get hurt. That's fun. God, he's healing so much from my damage. My last heal. It gets rid of the heal. It gets rid of the like vampire heal, so they stop healing. More damage. More damage. Steal healing from something. Vulnerability. Didn't work. And just Bullseye. We might. Hey, if there's only 2 stages of this, we could win this without having to bring in another fleet. I'm not sure the mechanics of this, but if you brought another fleet, it might reset the fight. Maybe it has a chance to, like... Because the whole... You're kind of thinking, like, this is like just like a series of fights, where if your first team goes down, you bring in the second one. Second team goes down, you bring in the third one. It's like a marathon. But it's possible it resets the fight, or at least resets, like, the starting point. It would reset, like, the second thing for it. I don't want that to happen. Apocalypse Beam. It's not that powerful for a move called Apocalypse Beam. Don't have Crew Panic on. Just do this. Ramming speed. We're getting there. Yeah! Why? Ow! Okay, they hurt a little more now. The damage is a little more ridiculous now. Oh, look at their health! Time to start whittling them down ever so slowly. I have no healing left. This team is pretty much done. We're doing what little we can, but I could go for supercharge and hope to live. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. It's not gonna do more than 1500, but 1500. Aura, are you dead? He lived. Did he live? No, he didn't live that one. It's okay. He can be cloned. He can be rebuilt. Is there anything useful I can do? I mean, it's possible this part of the fight starts over anyway, so damage over time on you. And there he goes. Well, the third fleet is down. Commander, Officer Ninja Candles, Aura, and Buggy Cubus were tragically killed in the line of duty. Yeah, I know it lowers our morale. I get it. However, all is not lost. We can clone them in the officer's cloning chamber. I know. Again, as long as we live, they'll still live. Now, does that fight have to start over? Please tell me that fight does not start over and you have to do this. You have to do all three of them with one team. That cannot be possible. It has to be like a marathon thing. Otherwise, like, I feel like that would be a thing for this game. How would it regenerate? So yeah, there you go. It starts this over. Okay, that makes sense. All right, Julie, you're in. Your team is in. Can you finish what Third Fleet started? I forgot to change Mimikyugi's abilities again. So we have no 25% reduction, and I forgot that too. All right, well, this is gonna be a good start. Well, also Mimikyu doesn't, or Mist doesn't have a direct heals either. Oops. Oops. All right, just more damage over time. Just get rid of, get around that 1500 per turn thing, or per hit. Okay, Remnant, what can you do? That. Good dodge. Not so much. Ow. 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 Reflect damage on Julie. Damage over time on that. Did not put damage over time on Remnant. I probably should have. Slow him down. That damage will reflect. Every little bit helps. Only worked on one of them. That kind of sucks. All right. What are the chances of actually stunning these things? Probably nothing. Triple shot. That did something. I could do Singularity. I mean, now's the time, right? Self-heal. Listen to this music.
Beep bop boop beep 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 boop bop. Bop boop bop bop boop bop.
Suicide run? With this ability, it kind of makes Remnant's thing he normally does. I can't do it. It's to fully charge and then do like a super duper big move, but I can't do that. Okay. Targeting support. Increased damage. I'm gonna drop another heal over time. One of the weaker ones for now, because it's overlapping with one of the better one for a bit. Uh-oh. Enhanced strength doesn't sound good. Minimum damage plus 75%. Max damage plus 75%. That's kind of scary. Let's do this for some heals. Damage over time plus heal. It siphons their health and gives it to Julie. Because Julie's a ship vampire somehow. Kill this one. This one's just been slowly dying. Notice how I've been attacking this one this whole time? Because of the damage over time and singularity, this one's just been dying. Again, getting around the 1500 thing. Every tick is its own thing, so... Alright. There can't be a fourth version, right? Go back to Reflect Shield. And then I'll Provoke, so when it attacks Julie, it'll reflect the damage back. If it does. Cloak to dodge some stuff, potentially. Alright. Our healer is down for one turn. Provoke. Would you stop attacking my healer? More damage over time. Just keep stacking it. Look at all that stuff. Yeah, you're not being mean enough. Harpoon! And that... You gotta be kidding me. Come on! They broke the rule of 3. There's 3. It takes 3 hits to kill Bowser. Like, it's just, come on. Look at it. Ugh. Oh, they don't have the thing, though. They don't have the thing that makes them take only 1500 damage. I already used the nuke, though. And Singularity. Oh, man. Well, at least we can go past the damage limit now. We can do Remnant's boost thing, and... At least there's that. Julie can't provoke for a while. We can do this, though. Oh, don't give them good resistances. There's, like, nothing left of them. Alright, we're gonna do this. We already cloaked. We still have cloak for one or two more turns. Let's do that. Reflective damage, yeah. I guess we're going after this one first. Time to whittle him down. Strafing run to slow him down. Oops, that was with the boost. I wasn't paying attention. Now I can't do the boost with suicide thing. That's okay. That's okay. Everything's okay. This fight's gonna take a while. I can come back to it and do it again. Wish I had haste on this team.
Beep bop boop bop beep bop boop boop.
Enhanced strength. Targeting support. Let's see here. Only worked on the bottom one. For some reason, it's only working. Well, I mean, let's kill the bottom one first then. Oh, that's gonna hurt a little bit with that boost. Okay. Julie's the tank, by the way, that has good defenses. I am running out of heals. I'll do the better heal over time. Because Julie's kind of hurt. Although Julie has self-heals, I probably should have saved that. Julie has a self-heal she can do. I probably should have saved that. Oh, they have a heal over time now. Yeah, 800 per round. Okay. No stun. Julie, I'm going to have you do a bunch of stuff. Here, heal yourself first off. There's the draining effect. I don't care about that too much right now because I'm not attacking the middle one yet. Cloak. I'm just slowly whittling them down. That's all I can do. Boy, man, it'd be nice if I had the right moves on Miss Ship, wouldn't it? That did nothing. Supercharge. That's gonna hurt a little bit. Yep, a little bit. Okay, all right. Good dodge. We need to... I have one heal over time left. Well, one of each. I'm going to drop the weaker one right now. Remnant is going to kill this thing with this, hopefully. Ooh, just barely lived. Julie's gonna continue to get shot. Just kill this. Just kill it. Good. Oh. That's one down. Only 2 more to go. And we're not feeling great with heals. I should have used the self-heal. I don't know why I did that. Only the self-heal can be used on you. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. Oh, this is gonna take so long to whittle this thing down. I mean, that does okay damage, I guess. Julie, reinforce your hull. I have to do it. My last heal from this guy's. Strafe run to slow him down. Got one of them. Ow. Bad thing is if we lose this fight, we have to start this part over again. Hey, Julie's popular right now. I don't even have the provoke thing on. What am I gonna do with you? I'm just gonna charge up as much as I can. We need to just go for it. Please stop. Julie's in critical and has a damage. Oh, no, never mind. It's gone. Okay, good. Whew. I'm gonna say if that procs when she's in critical, it will kill her. What do I do now? Well, we have supercharge on, so I'm gonna do a nice backstab maneuver. Nice chunk. Self-heal. That was not good. That was a pretty weak self-heal. And back to crit, probably. Nope, no, okay. Everything's on cooldown. Do this. Okay. Supercharge is down for a bit, so we'll just start doing this. Stop attacking Julie! I mean, I guess it's good considering she has a heal left and has a self-heal, but still, I'll do this. Damage over time, then it'll heal us a little bit. If we live long enough. And they did the same thing to us. Got them both. They just want Julie dead. Unfortunately, Miss can't do much without the heals. I got no heals left. All I have are like 2 damage over times and some other moves that don't do a lot. Well, I got the vulnerable. Go for it. This might kill. Yep. Oh, yeah, definitely did. Julie is going to die. Julie has 1 self-heal left. And then we're out of heals completely. Well, it begins. The whittling. Last self-heal. That was so weak. That hurt a lot. The sad thing is if we lose this, we have to start over again at this part and have it take forever again. Now, we still have Drone Swarm. We still have 1 more epic left in First Fleet, Jay's Drone Swarm. That'll be good. Great damage over time. There's no limit to the thing, so we can do more damage quickly. I mean, I'm hoping we win this year, but it's not looking great. I have 1 heal I can do. I'll be honest, Julie is more important to this fight than Mist is because Mist is out of heals. So, heal yourself. Cloak. Ooh. I can't even check this for its resistances because I can't click on it. No, I still have the First Fleet left. I mean, yeah, that would help. Supercharge. I was really hoping that would give me the 1 thing, but it's not up anyway. What is the strongest move I have while under the effect of this? It's going to be this. Okay, that reflects the damage. I mean, we're doing it. I mean, we got him down to like a quarter. quarter health gone. Yeah. And they just healed that much. Okay. Damage over time. Ugh. Boom, boom. Slow him down? Yeah, slow him down. I could provoke with Julie, but that might be a mistake. I don't know. Go for the vulnerable. Got it. Julie, look out. Incritical. All right, here we go. Now we're going to lose 2 people at once, probably to a big beam. Because there's nothing I can do about it. We're still alive. Could suicide run him. Yeah, why not? Nice chunk. I mean, Julie, you're probably dead. This thing is gonna kill you. Or that beam is gonna kill 2 people. Wow. We're still alive. Yep, there goes Julie. Well, then there were 2. And 1 has critical health. You'll be back, though. As long as we win this, you'll be back in the cloning chamber, and you won't even remember dying. You won't remember this part. Targeting support. I'm amazed Miss is still alive. She has been in this mode for a while. And you just healed 2,400. That's not good. Slow down. Didn't work. Good dodge. All I can do is just slowly whittle it down with little pew-pews. Oh! Oh! With the dodge! How are you still alive? Did we do it? Did we do it? Yay! Commander, Officer Julie was tragically killed. It's fine. We can rebuild the 4 people we lost. It's fine. Red alert! Shields up! All hands to battle stations. Oh, we're fighting as just this now. Okay. There's more left, but we're fighting as this. Good thing we increased the hull. Quantum Death Beam. And we went. Yeah! The Trill Mothership was exposed for what it was. Some form of sister station to Halcyon 6. But it was infected by stuff. And in that instance, Halcyon 6 itself came to life, and it delivered a blow powerful enough not only to cut through the hull of its foe, but to wipe out all trace of them both. Bye. And in their place remained a deep unease. Not only unease at what the next future held, but unease too that you, the Churl, the Federation, everyone, were just pawns in an internecine struggle? Sure, spanning eons. Making a startling discovery about their origins from precursor artifacts recovered during the struggle against the Churl Mothership, the Zlar Yanthu Directorate was able to isolate the aggressive, mutagenic nucleus of the Zlar race. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. We don't have time to clone you because well, we can rebuild. We could rebuild. Fine, you're dead. I don't know. I don't know how that works out. Look, as hard as that fight is, there's no way we're getting through that fight without losing somebody. There's no way. Our first group was properly equipped, besides the few extra heals, yes. But there is no way we would have gotten through all 4 of those with one fleet. We would have lost at least 3 people. Making a startling discovery about their origins, so basically the Zlar are now not psychotic. Finally, the Zlar had found the key to unlocking a future devoid of the need for regular wanton violence amongst its genetically deviant people. So after one final tearful culling, the Zlar Yanthu, once and for all, became able to enforce genetic homogeneity on the race, which enabled them to become productive, surprisingly genial members of the Federation. The Yabbling Merchant Guild, unbeknownst to their supposed rulers, formally joined the Federation soon after the defeat of the Churl Mothership. While not trusting themselves to lend their expertise to the Federation economy for reasons of vast conflicts of interest, the Guild took advantage of the newfound galactic stability to become avid explorers. Adventuring out into new sectors, piercing deep into the void, they would inevitably report back with ever more mysterious liquids they would attempt to market under the Yaba Cola Corporation label. Also, there's nothing saying that we can't eventually make a cloning facility on another planet and bring them back through the... We obviously have their DNA on file. So if we build another cloning vat on a planet at some point in the future, we can bring them back. You could argue that the cloning facility was only able to be on Halcyon because Halcyon's special, but that might not be the case. So we can probably bring them back in the future. With the Corazon entry into the Federation, the race of empaths finally allowed themselves to concede the non-existence of their prophetic future sight to the other races. Consciences cleared, the Corazon used their limited telepathic and empathic abilities to become invaluable to the Federation diplomat and consular corps. Though admittedly, their oft-repeated refrain of, "Captain, I think they're hiding something," became something of a joke throughout the Federation. I think that's kind of a joke on Consular Troy from Next Generation. The early seasons of Next Generation, all Chancellor Troy, all the writers gave her was for her to say, something seems off here, or they're hiding something. And then Picard is just kind of like, yeah, I know. It's kind of obvious. They really didn't know what to do with her for a while. Formally joining the Federation yielded some truly excellent results for the collective consciousness. With the help of fresh examinations of human specimens supplied by the Federation, the collective was able to reverse the long, slow decline of its flesh husks, which not only gave the collective itself a new lease on life, but also supplied the Federation with a reliable source of cannon fodder. Nobody was more happy about this than the Green Shirt Cadet Corps. You mean there's somebody below us finally? Yay! The Vorash proved to be enthusiastic, if problematic, members of the Federation, often requiring firm rebuke whenever committing a mass atrocity against a nearby race without the written consent of Federation command. Still, having a bloodthirsty attack dog in the Federation's back pocket did prove valuable during the confrontation with future foes. Meanwhile, the Terrans and the victory they and their allies achieved against the Churl Mothership transformed the galaxy. In many ways, its destruction ushered in a new era of peace and mutual understanding between the races that had taken part in the massive structure's defeat. Between those who had taken part in the final push against the living planet, a new bond was struck. One that would lead, finally, to a formal partnership, a true federation of interstellar races that could withstand even the very worst the universe could throw at them. Woo! And I still say we will clone them eventually, so no one died. No one died. It's impossible. There's no way I could have done that with the same fleet through all 4 fights. I just don't have enough stuff. 6 more heals wouldn't have done it. Like, I feel like we would have gotten we could have gotten maybe to the last one, maybe, and then probably died with no healing left, and then bring in the second fleet, and then just finish it up. So, we could have done that, probably only losing 3 people instead of 4, but It's okay. You have defeated the Churl Mothership and completed Halcyon 6 Starbase Commander in Lightspeed mode. Final score, Tech Research, Ground Combat 1. We had 4 friendships. Yay. Thanks for playing. We did it! That was on normal difficulty. Oh, you want to see how many difficulties are in this game? I was on Commander. Look at this FTL thing right here. Look at this. Lieutenant, Commander, and look how many are above what I was playing. Normal, like easy, normal, hard, very hard, super hard, hard. This is dumb, and no. You can also do Iron Man. If you skip the prologue, you can actually make your own starting person. Let me see if I can do it. Yep. You can make your own starting officer. You can actually just pick what you can do this. Select from expanded officers. And then you choose what you want them to look like. And then you give them abilities. There's going to be a lot of callbacks to sci-fi stuff in here. I'm not noticing any immediately, but there's going to be some in here. There's a lot of them. So if we just choose, let's say, the first person, you can make them whatever class you want. So let's say, hey, I like engineering. Hey, I like mechanic. Or inventor. Inventor's the more defensive one. I like having a tank. Cool. Let's choose that. Now, can you... Oh. It's not random. They always have this. Strategists always have this. Okay. That's fine. Hit next. Ooh. Here's all the epic powers you can pick. Here is Drone Swarm. But Jay also could have had Brahmachandra's or Brahmachandra's Maneuver. All enemies damage. An AoE epic ram power that does piles of extra damage but leaves the ship in a weakened state. Dimensional Warhead. Nuke. Drone Swarm, EMP Overcharge, it disables like everything. Brace for Impact. Invulnerable Hull. That's awesome for a tank. And then if I chose Operative, got Fade to Black. I've heard Doom Cannon's amazing. Like Nuclear Strike is 350% damage. Doom Cannon is 500. It's only a single enemy, but I've heard this is really fun. If I were to play this game again, I think I'd make my starting character a tactical person and choose Doom Cannon. Just so I could have that. Kind of like an FTL when you can choose the ship that fires that big beam all the time. Like ever so often. I think it'd be fun. And then the science stuff. The thing is, I like choosing engineer or science first because engineer gives you a tank and science gives you a healer. But casualty violation. All allies. Imposes a 75% resistance to all status effects. That's kind of... I don't think that's worth an epic. Kistler's Urge. I can't even read. Deploy an insidious bioweapon that thrives in damaged systems. Oh. Matter Reconstruction. All allies. Heal 1000%. It's an instant heal. Okay. McKean's Hook, Line, and Sinker. A single target attack that carefully places a biotoxic mine, then hypnotizes an enemy into entering the mine's proximity. And Singularity. We've already seen this one. Yeah, this game's fun. It's hard. We were playing on normal and had some issues early on. Imagine this game on the hardest difficulty. I would just die. These are the starting people you always can choose from. This was what this is who Jade's character turned into, or wow, this character turned into him. Each of them has a epic ability. It doesn't tell you what it is. I don't know if it's random or not. It might be random. Maybe this character always has Drone Swarm, or maybe it's random. I don't know. But yeah, this game was fun.